Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, this never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market, located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the news update here on SOUQ News Television. I am Grace Komalafe. The federal government has launched the Nigerian Gas Vehicle Monitoring System to stop the use of substandard kits in converting petrol and diesel vehicles to compressed natural gas, aiming to prevent explosions during refilling. The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Gas, Ekpo, unveiled the system at an NNPC retail station in Abuja on Thursday, saying it will ensure only vehicles converted at accredited facilities with certified kits can access CNG at approved stations. According to Ekpo, the Nigerian Gas Vehicle Monitoring System provides end-to-end oversight from conversion to refilling, ensuring safety and accountability across Nigeria's CNG ecosystem. The initiative, he said, aligns with President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda and the Decade of Gas initiative. The chairman of the Presidential Initiative on CNG, Ismail Ahmed, added that over $1 billion in private investment have been injected into the sector, with more conversion and refilling stations set to open before the year end. Transport union leaders, meanwhile, urge the government to prioritize commercial vehicles and expand CNG infrastructure nationwide. Nigeria produced a total of 454.28 million barrels of crude oil and condensed between January and September 2025, according to data from the Nigeria Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. The report showed that crude oil accounted for 399.81 million barrels, while condensed contributed 54.47 million barrels, representing about 12% of total liquid hydrocarbons. This output translates to an average of 1.66 million barrels per day, with crude oil averaging 1.46 million and condensates 0.20 million barrels daily. Production peaked in January at 53.86 million barrels, but declined to 41.69 million barrels by September, which the NUPRC attributed to labor strikes and maintenance downtime. Despite improvement in pipeline security and full restoration of key crude evacuation lines, Nigeria's average output of 1.46 mbpd remained below its OPEC quota of 1.5 mbpd and far from the 2.02 mbpd target projected in the 2025 budget. Major contributors to national output included Forcados, Bonny, Kwa Ibo, Escrovers, and deep water fields such as Bonga, Eha, and Ejena, which contributes to anchor production amid onshore disruptions. Away from that, the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria have signed a memorandum of understanding to improve access to long-term financing for small and medium enterprises through the Nigerian capital markets. The collaboration aims to create alternative funding sources for over 40 million registered micro, small, and medium enterprises, helping them expand operations, create jobs, and contribute to the federal government's $1 trillion economic targets. At the signing ceremony in Abuja, the Director General of the SEC, Emomotimi Agama, said the initiative would open new financing routes for SMEs and encourage more listing on the stock exchange to promote wealth creation and economic growth. SMEDA's Director General Charles Odi described the move as a breakthrough for small businesses struggling with expensive and scarce capital. The MOU includes provision for supporting SMEs to raise funds through equity or debt instruments, building financial literacy, and creating a joint working group to oversee implementation and compliance. Moving on, the group of 20 major economies led this year by South Africa has pledged to strengthen its common framework for debt treatment to ensure more predictable and coordinated relief for struggling nations. In a declaration issued during the International Monetary Fund and World Bank annual meeting in Washington, the G20 said the risk of a global debt crisis remains contained, but warned that many low and middle-income countries still face steep financing costs and limited growth opportunities. The statement, the G20's first standalone communique on debt since the COVID-19 pandemic, called for improved debt transparency and greater inclusion of borrowing countries in negotiations. Debt relief advocates, however, described the declaration as inadequate, saying it lacks bold measures to address record global debt burdens. Experts estimate that developing nations spent about $921 billion on interest payments in 2024 alone, a 10% increase from the previous year. South Africa's Treasury said the G20 would continue refilling its debt framework and strengthening developing nations' representation in future discussions. Moving on, rising investment in artificial intelligence is boosting Europe's currency markets, with the Swedish krona and British pound emerging as top performers. Analysts said both currencies have gained from strong inflow ties to AI and technology investment. Sweden and the United Kingdom attracted over $4 billion each in private AI funding last year, ranking just behind the United States and China, according to Stanford University's AI Index. The krona has risen nearly 15% against the dollar this year, while sterling is up 7%, partly due to growing investor confidence. Major tech firms, including Microsoft, Nvidia, Meta, and Alphabet, have announced new data center projects and AI partnerships in both countries, adding momentum to their currencies. Analysts believe the surge in AI investment could enhance productivity, attract long-term capital, and support economic growth. Deutsche Bank projects sterling could rise to $1.45 in the next 2 years, while Swedish oil-driven, AI-driven expansion continues to strengthen demand for the krona. And that's the news this morning. We say many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. My name is Grace Komalafe, and coming up shortly is SOUQ Business Landscape. Please stay with us.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group, a family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in dyed soup products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Okbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, her younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, SOUQ. BUA invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Omu Obela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development to partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kupi Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the SOUQ Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
We've got just what you need right here at SOUQ Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello and welcome to a beautiful Friday. This is SVL and we're reaching you live from SOUQ News Television. This is the last working day of the week for those that do the normal regular Monday to Friday. For those that are beyond that, hey, we work. Now I want to say thank you very much for being part of this particular production from Monday all the way to Friday. Both you on that side watching, commenting, sharing and liking. And also the crew that made sure this particular production got you. I want to say thank you to every single one of you. Today we'll be looking at Dangote. From not too good a side, we'll get to talk about it on this table that is alive. We'll also bring Trump up. He does not leave. The news is always in the news. Trump is there for sure. Then we'll talk agri. Yes, there are things that are a bit worrying right now, and we need to address it. It concerns me, it concerns you. And hey, let me tell you something, the market is still rebounding, the profits are coming in. Unlike what happened 2 days ago. Yesterday we had 20 billion profit. Today, just wait for the story. You don't need to rush. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, and this is the Table of Men. I am pleased to introduce to you once again the face you know, the regular, the handsome, the knight himself. Good morning, Olumide.
Good morning, SOUQ. Happy Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Good morning and welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape.
You're welcome. So we'll go on a very short break, and when we return, we will be right in your face. Don't go anywhere.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back. Yes, now let me also tell you that we have all the way from several oceans and kilometers away. Mukhtar, good morning and welcome to SBL. Thank you for staying awake for us.
Good morning.
It's nice seeing you.
Good morning to you. Yes, same here.
Okay. Now, let's go straight to the first story for today, and it has to do with Dangote Refinery. Now, the refinery is cutting crude purchases amid operational setbacks. Dangote Petroleum Refinery has reduced its crude oil purchases this month as it struggles to meet Nigeria's growing fuel demand. According to tanker tracking data and cargo application list, the refinery is now expected to buy fewer than 300,000 barrels of crude per day, a significant drop from previous levels. Reports indicate that the reduction stems from operational setbacks that have slowed production at the facility, limiting its ability to process crude into refined petroleum products. The refinery, which was anticipated to ease Nigeria's heavy reliance on imported fuel, is now operating below expectation. Reports suggest that the situation could persist into next year, potentially constraining fuel supply across the country. This slowdown may sustain upward pressure on petrol prices, adding strain to consumers already grappling with inflation, high living costs. The development underscores ongoing challenges in stabilizing Nigeria's downstream oil sector. Okay, this is where and what we have found ourselves. Let's now get to ask, is this particular story coming from Dangote Refinery, or this is just a publication from somewhere, somehow?
Well, since it's not coming from the horse's mouth, I tend to want to not take it 100% because it's not coming from the horse's mouth. It's just like even conventional media publications, when they make certain publications and the federal government comes out and says, no, this is not it, this is what is happening. So I think we should give Dangote also that right of reply, or that benefit of doubt, let's put it that way, to come out and tell us. Now, Dangote Refinery is the largest refinery, Africa's largest refinery. And coming into the scene, it was supposed to make fuel less expensive. It was supposed to ease the burden because Nigeria, even till now, still imports well over 70% of its crude. And you begin to wonder why this is happening. So when Dangote came, a lot of Nigerians were happy that, oh, Dangote, and even till now, it's not fully operational. It was built to produce at a certain level, and it's not yet producing at that level. And we've seen over time what had transpired between Dangote, the federal government, the unions, and all this, and even him coming out to say if he has the chance or if he had thought about it, he probably wouldn't have gone into this business. But, you know, until he comes out to say. But one thing I like about Dangote is he's a fighter. I believe he's here not just to ease activities, boost business activities, ease the minds of Nigerians. He's also here to make money. And people who have invested a whole lot, billions of dollars into that refinery, he would not just go down without a fight.
Okay. Now we are seeing the $21 billion refinery, and we are having this particular trending story on a Friday. Operational setback, they say. Now, let's look at the build-up before this trend happened. We had issues first with marketers that didn't want to go and off-take from Dangote. Then we have from the truckers that didn't want to load. Then we had from the pricing, if you remember.
Yes, the price.
One time that it's our responsibility to put the price. That is gone. Then we now had Pegasus.
Before that, we also had the market. It's a sort of way of the market. When someone said that, oh, the fuel he was producing.
Yeah, was substandard. That came from an NNPC subsidiary.
Yes.
Okay, this is where we found ourselves. Could this also be one of those? Does this smell like sabotage to you?
That's why I said I would not believe this 100%. Because I know Dangote is one of the people that is always in the media. He's always giving out press statement because he can't afford, for anyone to come and, jeopardize his business. So anytime these statements come out, he comes out with his own reply. So I believe that within 24 hours at topmost, he should come out. We'll get something from Dangote.
Okay. Mukhtar, I'm coming to you right now. If we are looking at this particular story, you are not in the country, but let's tell you what's happening. Right now, fuel is selling for 915. Some places are selling for 950. We are gradually seeing those ugly sights of people with jerrycan, kegs, selling PMS on the roads. Sad. What do you have to say to
this? Is predictable. We don't need a priest to tell us that this was going to happen. When Pegasus started the industrial action and they told us that, oh, there is enough reserve for 30 days, we all know that even if there's reserve for 30 days, there will be panic selling and there will be hoarding of fuel. That's the Nigerian way. Marketers are going to hold their fuel if they know that there is disruption in the production. And that is what we are seeing today. So it's something that we all have anticipated somehow. And as regards the production, the official statement from Dangote says they are upgrading their 650,000 barrel per day capacity to 700,000 barrel per day capacity. They are upgrading the refinery, and that is why they are not operating in full capacity. But beyond that, what they might not be saying again is that due to this same industrial action, their crude supply and gas supply that they need, which is the raw material and the energy for the refinery to operate, has been cut or tampered with by this same Pengassan industrial action. So I know the federal government stepped in and tried to mediate, and this has stopped. But when there is a disruption, things just don't go back immediately to the way they were. And beyond that, he laid off 800,000 staff. He has new staff. So, all of these problems. So I believe in the next couple of weeks, he should find his foot back. And I hope that federal government has been able to put a final stop to what is happening. Although Pengassan is saying they are only taking a temporary pause on what they are doing. So it's not fully resolved. So I guess it's still work in progress. So I hope we don't find ourselves again in the midst of this industrial action. So
okay. You're trying to really hold on to some words that you don't want to say because you are a businessman. We'll try to understand. Okay, we on this table, we're not holding down. Let's look at who is suffering in all this.
Ordinary citizens, logistics and transport businesses general, they are suffering. They will suffer because if by any chance this reduces the shortage of fuel supply, number one, importers may jack up, see this situation as free for all, something to make gain. Price of fuel goes up. Now, but at the back end of all this is the demarketing of new investors, the marketing of fuel production, of going into fuel or refining fuel, the demarketing of it for new investors, because new investors are watching. They may backtrack and say, okay, let's wait for any form of stability before we come into this game. So this is why I always say that we need to be careful what we do, because we are trying to win more investors. We are trying to raise more Dangotes, local investors, to go into refinery. Had it been we had all our refineries working and one refinery is not optimal, we won't have to suffer. Now, let's look at how can we also now diversify into other alternatives like LNG, CNG, and all that. Do we even have that running? This is why it might affect Nigerians, because we don't have a lot of alternatives. We are only looking to Dangote and fuel importers. And the fuel importers right now, they are even fighting Dangote. Okay. So it's a whole lot. It's a whole lot.
Okay, Mukhtar, I'm coming back to you as a business person. Now, in the last almost 1 year, Dangote has been more of a savior when it comes to PMS, diesel, in Nigeria. And now we've seen what can really happen if something affects that refinery directly. It has not directly hit them that bad, but this shock alone has jacked up the cost of the product. And it has translated directly to affecting everybody because transport cost has increased. As I speak with you now, in some areas it has increased for more than 50%. Should we start looking for other refineries that are supposed to get to work in 2026 and tell them, hey, please speed up? The modular refineries that nobody's talking about, what's happening? Should we start asking questions and also look for these importers and tell them, hey, Nigeria is more important than you?
Yeah, what we need to do is we need to rally our support around Dangote. And by God's grace, this time next year, it's going to be a whole different story, because BOA will be up and running. So I don't know how they want to have enough energy to fight Dangote and to fight BUA. And the Edo State government, in a private-public partnership, have another refinery that is supposed to come upstream as well. So, and we just need to continue to support Dangote and encourage other people. And when other people come upstream, it's going to be, it's not going to be business as usual. So the pressure is going to be on Nigeria and NNPC to jack up our crude production to be able to serve these other refineries. The marketers, they need to smell the coffee. They need to smell the coffee. It's game over. It's game over for them. And it can be game over for them if the entire Nigeria, especially the press and the government, throw our full weight behind these refineries, because fuel is the fuel of the nation. I don't know how else to say it. It's something that has direct relationship with all the cost of our living, from food to transportation to production. Everything has a cost element of fuel. So it's not something that we should toy with. The small disruption in the refinery now has dig deep into the pocket of the nation. Everybody is feeling it now. Everybody's budgets or mathematics for the whole month is disrupted because of this Pengasan action. So while we appreciate that they are fighting for their members, about 800 of them, the interest of the rest of the 200 million Nigerians is, overrides the interest of the 800,000 people. They should find other way through the, legal system to fight for them. They should not let over 200 million Nigerians suffer. They should not let our exchange rate that is coming down to suffer, because Dangote has been a net exporter of refined products now, which is helping our FX and helping our trade surplus and all of this, which is, it affects me and you. So we need to find an alternative way, which is usually in the courtroom. There is industrial courts that is meant for this. Everything should not lead to industrial action, that disrupts the whole economy, disrupt the life of you and I. So we continue to support Dangote and encourage BUA and other refineries in the world to come upstream. And most importantly, more investors are coming. So the marketers just need to smell the coffee. Investors are already coming. Shell just pledged $2 billion investment. The Qatari group has pledged $300 billion investment, which is across energy too, not, across different sectors, energy, agriculture. So the marketers need to, go look for investors and invest in something that is viable. We are no longer doing what we used to do in the days. They need to, smell the coffee and see that it's game over for them. As well as, Pengasan has to find a way to do modern day negotiation and fighting for their people, which is in the courtroom, not, I'm sorry to use this word, not the garage boy way, which is just sabotage everything and sabotage Nigerians.
I like to put a loophole in what he said. He kept mentioning game over. And I've always said this: who regulates the regulator? Because whether we like it or not, Pegasus can still pull the plug in the near future with BUA or any other person. What happens if a similar situation like this happens in the future and they decide to pull the plug again and tell all workers to shut down? Then we're back at square one. So I feel it doesn't matter whether we have 5 players, 5 refineries. What matters is the people who caused this small little drop that turned into a mighty ocean of disruption. What happens? Who regulates the regulator?
Okay. I think I also should be able to go ahead and sue Pengasan, or sue whoever tells them not to work and it affects my business. We should be able to get to that particular place.
Yes.
Where if an NUC or an NUT or a road transport worker, whatever they do, and it disrupts my own life or my business, I should be able to go to a court of law and also sue them and get judgment.
Yes.
But now, this is where the story now boils down to. How reliable is the judicial system?
Also, now this is where I felt the federal government should have stepped in earlier than this, because Pegasin saying workers to shut down to, and it affected the whole entire nation. The federal government should have stepped in at this point, because if it was the other way, if it was the labor union declaring strike, I know there would have been a court action and a court injunction to stop this. Overnight. So why didn't that happen? Because it has gone beyond Dangote and Pegasin. It affected, do you know the price of gas, cooking gas right now? It has skyrocketed. I bought it 3 days ago. It was 2,000 per kg. I was able to beg someone to give me 1,000 per kg. That's in how many days? Gas just went up. And there was a news that Dangote had ordered the reduction of gas, cooking gas, to about 800 or 700 per kg. It did not reflect.
Okay. This is where we find ourselves. Mukhtar said it's a Nigerian issue where people try to take advantage of the next person. We have to go beyond that. Still talking about the refineries and fuel. Our modular refineries, the reps have launched probe into 35 million refinery over delayed takeoff. Now, the House of Representatives have ordered an investigation into the stalled takeoff of the government-funded modular refinery project in Braz, that's in Bayelsa State, despite an investment of $35 million. The decision followed a motion of urgent public importance raised by Billy Osawuru, who questioned why there is no visible progress on the project despite the reported huge financial commitment. He said the lack of tangible results raises serious concern about accountability and project execution. Following the motion, the House of Rep mandated its Committee on Downstream and Midstream Petroleum to probe the circumstances surrounding the expenditure and determine why the refinery remains non-operational. Lawmakers stressed the need for transparency, urging the committee to uncover possible lapses in funding, project supervision, or implementation to ensure that public resources are properly utilized. We're here and we're asking ourselves, why is Dangote having issues? Okay, Dangote has not publicly told us in the last 3 days, aside the upgrade they said 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
On the other side, we have NNPC that billions have been committed to. Let's not even go there yet. Now we have modular refineries, like the one we just talked about right now. It's in the news, it's in the stories. The one in Braz, 35 million investment has gone into it. Yet, 4 years down the line, 2020, it's 2025. We have not seen anything. Is this another kind of NNPC kind of story?
You know, when you read this story, in my mind, I was like, so we're leaving the big fish to go after the small fish. Big fish mean NNPC now, and small fish is the modular refinery. And, you know, when the whole NNPC brouhaha came up, you know, and Ojulari at the point, he was summoned, he didn't go, later he went, gave out a statement and all that. All my mind was that, okay, at least we will get to the bottom of this. Some people would be questioned. Some people will be brought to book. EFCC would take charge of this. Now, the modular refineries have come in. Now, there's a word that was mentioned, tangible results. I hope this investigation will lead to tangible results, just as they are saying. Because when you start an investigation like this, it's supposed to be a joint investigation with all the security agents and every other person involved, the Ministry of Finance, every other person should be involved in this to find out how much went down. Contractors should be summoned. This would also lead to knowing who are actually competent enough to be given these contracts, to build or to do whatever they need to do, because there needs to be transparency, there needs to be audit. And I think that's one of the major reasons why we keep finding ourselves in a loophole. No audit is being done. There should be periodic audit. When you give out certain contracts, when you are doing certain projects, periodic audit should be done. Publicize everything, the report, in stages. Let's have it in stages. The same way we're having stages of the Calabar Expressway, and let's be having weekly reports so that we will not find ourselves in a $35 million scandal.
Okay, $35 million scandal, you say. Now, this particular project was funded by the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. $35 million invested, to be specific. Now, this was invested in Atlantic International Refinery and Petroleum Limited. And this case was referred to the EFCC in May 2024. And it's just coming to light right now. May 2024, that's over a year ago.
Okay.
Why have we not, okay, it's not working. The construction is not done. The modular refinery is not up. But why are we still having this kind of issues in 2025?
The sad thing is, maybe in 2026 budget, it might be included again. I hope not.
Okay.
If it's going to be included, then it has to be audited first.
Okay.
Now, the fact that EFCC is involved, I'm not speaking for them. I know sometimes they've come out to say that some investigation takes years, because
investigation will take years. Is that like an excuse for them not to do their job?
It's not an excuse. Maybe they are trying to clarify and dot their I's and cross their T's and be sure that they have all the evidences. But a year, I mean, they should have come up with, maybe they have invited people to come and, but since last year till now, we should have seen some form of results. Whether the refinery is going up or whether it's not going up, who, and I think a lot of people need to be summoned and find out why. And it should not be swept under the carpet because, we are fond of having this kind of, things come up and it's swept under the carpet and, everybody just, looks the other way.
Okay, Mukhtar, let's get to you. We are looking at $35 million that was invested in getting a modular refinery up. These are facilities that some 10,000 barrels per day, some 20, some 30,000 barrels per day. Well, when we lump this all together, is a significant amount of production that will come out of them. But we've not seen them work. The only one we still see working is just Dangote Refinery, that is private. What should we start doing not to have issues like this? What we're talking about is well over 50 billion naira, and nobody's accounting for it.
First of all, Nigeria as a country is a country of about over 200 million people. We should stop doing this kind of projects. This kind of projects should be left for the subnationals. If you are building modular refinery, it should be state governments that should be investing in modular refineries. If federal government have a $35 million that they want to invest in refinery, they should look for private companies like NNPC, like BOA, and give them a grant or invest in it to encourage them. Because over time and time again, they've proved that they cannot run business, they cannot, they cannot build a refinery. The last president invested heavily to bring back life to the old refineries. Yeah, they started working, but they are not working at an economic scalable way. The cost of production is too high than the average market price and the imported fuel. So now it's been on hold. That's so much money wasted there. If it were me and you, that is the private business that was to embark on that project, we will know from day one that this is a journey in futility. But, the government is our money, it's taxpayers' money. So, they just pay it without doing enough visibility study. And even if the modular refinery is working, 20,000 or 20 barrel per day production, 20,000 barrel per day production is a drop in the ocean. It won't have any effect. So it's something that a state government should invest in to say, okay, I want to take care of the need of my states. Federal government should focus on regulating the industry, which is what this administration is doing. If you regulate the industry and make it attractive to investors, people will put their money into your industry. And that is what we are seeing today with Shell coming back with $2 billion investment in gas production, which is still in the energy sector. So, and I believe more players will come with the reform that is going on in that sector. And we can't throw away the $35 million The EFCC should wrap up the investigation. The House of Rep should mount pressure on EFCC and ICPC if need be, so that we see this to a logical conclusion and we can focus on more important things. But you and I know what has happened there. It's just one of many ways where government puts money in a project that is good for the airline, and the money gets missing. We don't know what is happening. So we need to. Who are the contractors? Who are the people in charge of the supervision? What is happening? Put them to book. Let Nigerians see them. Recover the money if we can recover it, and let's move on and focus on more pressing issue. It's one too many. It's no longer. It's not.
It's not a palatable sight. It's not something to talk about. We on this side will ask this same question. When are we going to start seeing the Chinese strategy? You can't go scot through this kind of corruption and China will let you go.
Well, that might sound too extreme.
How extreme is too extreme?
Killing people for crimes.
Is what?
Killing people for crimes.
Okay,
there are other penalties that you can mete out. You can sentences, maybe 3 years, 4 years, or even life sentences.
3 years for stealing $1 billion.
Well,
then you sentence the guy that stole a goat for 25 years.
Sentences are much better. It's a correctional facility.
Exactly, just like the Chinese strategy.
That's what I'm
saying.
It's
also a correctional.
You don't correct by taking someone's life. You correct by rehabilitating them, reinforcing them, putting in good things into their mind, and also giving them an opportunity.
Is the Chinese strategy working? Is it working for them?
I'm not in China, so
but do you think it's working?
It might be reducing population, and they are also clamoring for underpopulation.
Is it working for them?
Well, it might deter.
Okay.
I think that's their goal, to deter others who might be towing that path to desist from that. Okay. But I feel there are other things that we can actually do.
Okay.
If the National Assembly, if they are serious about this, they need to first of all, summon the EFCC boss. What has been the result of your investigation? Who and who have you questioned? Where have you followed the trail of that money? Money has moved from one point to point A to point B. What happened? These are some of the things that would deter others. This would also lead to knowing the contractors who are competent enough, because this will give you a clearer picture that, okay, because of course, when this investigation starts, some contractors will be brought into question. Then you know that, okay, with this particular contractor, they might be blacklisted that, this other contractor, we cannot give him a job because he has done one before. And so it might be a case of mismanagement or delay. It's either of the two, but we need to get to the bottom of this.
Okay.
This would also boost investors' confidence. Because when they see that, okay, if mismanagement happens, certain people will be brought to book, they would also have that confidence that, okay, if I invest in this now and it doesn't work, I can easily approach the EFCC and the EFCC will get my money back and get to the bottom of the investigation. That's it.
Okay. While we look at possibilities and look at a saner environment, saner place to do business, and seeing government businesses work, and seeing government also be open and tell us directly what they are spending our monies on, and holding people accountable for whatever responsibility and money put in their coffers to spend, we look forward to better days ahead. And we will not be quiet about it. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, SBL will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Policymakers said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name, an index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. Dangote's unflinching love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled. Being an offspring of Dantata, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape. Welcome back. This is still SBL, and we are reaching you from SOUQ News Television. Now let's get straight to our second story outside. Well, yes, the pension administration, that's where we are. Federal government to clear 2025 pension by December 15. Now, all federal government workers retiring in 2025 will receive their full pension benefit on or before December 15th. According to the National Pension Commission, that's PENCOM Director General, Ms. Omolola Olowori disclosed this on Monday, noting that retirees are now being paid on a pay-as-you-go basis, meaning they receive their benefit immediately after retirement. She credited achievements to President Bola Tinubu's intervention in pension administration, which she said has ensured consistent funding and cleared outstanding arrears. She added that the reforms have restored confidence in Nigeria's pension system and guaranteed a more predictable retirement process for federal workers. Now, these are stories that over time I just didn't want to dabble into it because we had no basis on any moral standing to have issues with pension and not pay people and not pay workers their pension. Over years, we've seen pension funds depleted either by government actions or by fraudulent means or by people with thievery characters. And over time, it has now became like a norm that people were crying for their pensions, which should not ever be.
It's quite sad that 2025 people are fighting for pensions. At a point, some law enforcement officers, retirees, protested recently, and they said a whole lot of things that they are the ones who protect the politicians, they are the ones who help them move money, they are the ones who do their dirty jobs. Why can't they get their retirement benefit? It's quite sad that someone on the line of duty after retiring would not get access to his or her pension. Nobody should be allowed to suffer that humiliation. I call it humiliation, first of all, because you entrust something into someone's hand and you expect to get that back at a certain point in time. But this is kudos to the federal government, but I would see it replicate into states, subnationals. It shouldn't just be federal workers alone. It's almost like a drop in the ocean. We have federal, we have state government, and we have the private sector. So it should run across all three, not just the federal government. Now, it's a good one because pay as you go now, it will build trust in the minds of people. This is why some of these Ponzi schemes and all that thrive, because people take out their life savings and put it into these things, hoping people invest in houses, people buy land, and I scammed, thinking that, okay, during the rainy day, when I retire, I can fall back on all this. It's a whole lot, and I think, apart from this, the federal government should take a step further into health insurance for retirees, affordable housing for retirees, because they need all these things. Because at that point, some of them, we live in a country whereby even after 60, people are working. I mean, politicians over 60 are working. But some people might not have that luxury to be hired, especially if they're working in the private sector. So they fall back on all these things. So I think these kind of things, this kind of benefit should be available to them at no cost.
At no cost. Then also, let's get to Mukhtar. The federal government have said, okay, the bad news of the past is in the past. Going forward, this is a new leaf. What do you have to say?
This is a very exciting news. This is the kind of news that we encourage people because the federal government is now lacking good talent in the workforce. People are not encouraged to serve the government because of problems like this. Apart from low income, a lot of people are just passionate and they just want to give their quota. But what happens if you give the best of your life and when you retire, you can't get your full compensation, especially when these compensations are deducted from your pay for over 30 years. That 30 years is the average, service year, and people can't get paid. That is why average graduates today, average people in school today, they don't see themselves working for the government. So all our best talents are in the private sectors. And that is the problem that you and I face, because the people that are now saddled with the responsibility of making policies, of implementing government policies, are are the people at the bottom of the classes. So our best talents work for private companies. But things like this, when government pay pension as a when due, immediately will encourage people to consider it, because we need some of our best brains to go into public service to help the rest of us. We do really need it to be able to compete with other government of the world in terms of policy formations and policy implementation. So this is the kind of news that we love.
Okay, that's good. Talking about this, and I hope, just like Olumide said, let it trickle to the state, to the local government, private sector too. We don't just want to hear or see federal government living up to its bidding and making sure things work. We have states that are owing pensions, oil-producing states to be precise, not even maybe the northern states that were created out of necessity or out of political gains. We have oil-producing states that are owing pensions till, as we speak right now.
Owing workers also.
Okay, before we even talk about pensions, they are still owing workers. Some have not been paid teachers for months. And these states still go to Abuja and collect their FAC allocation. How and when should we start name dropping and shaming these people in this government?
Immediately. We should start name dropping these people immediately, and the press has a big role to play in this. The press has a big role to play in this. And in Nigeria, opposition politics is terrible. These are some of the things that the oppositions should press on. So I see oppositions playing with only trivial issues, not the real issues that touch the people. Opposition politics should put more resources into research to understand the people they want to serve and see the things that really touch them and press on it, so that that's the whole idea of democracy. Somebody is in power, making things happen. The other person is making them accountable and bringing out other things that needs to be done and saying, hey, if you cannot fix this, I can do it. For the private sector, PENCOM has been doing a lot in the private sector because fresh out of school, I studied accounting. I serve in a firm, a contracting firm for PENCOM, and we're auditing multinationals, all the big companies that you can think of. And we found out that some of the biggest companies, some of the richest companies, they deduct pension from their staffs and they don't remit it. And, I was part of the exercise. I was moving around all the big companies in Lagos, and some of this money run into billions. And it's so sad that the staffs that PENCOM were trying to protect were the ones that were protecting us from seeing their books. And we are saying, hey, we are just trying to protect your pension. And they are saying, oh, you are going to give them penalty and they are going to shut our company and we won't have a place to draw salary from. And lo and behold, in some places we find out as much as 5 billion has been deducted from over 2,000, over 3,000 staffs, and is not remitted into the pension. And PENCOM will give them penalty, they will pay immediately, and they will pay penalty of interest on this money. So I don't know if PENCOM is still doing that exercise, but I just want to shed light to, because this is my own personal experience, that private companies deduct pension from people they don't remit. So some of this problem is multi levels, multi layers. So and like I said, the press and the opposition has a big role to play, especially for the local government, for the state government and federal government, in making government accountable and be able to pay people that have spent the best time of their life to serve them.
Thank you very much, Mukhtar. Let's get to our next story. It has to do with IMF. IMF wants global public debt to exceed 100% of GDP by 2029. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has projected that global public debt will exceed 100% of the world's gross domestic product by 2029, its highest level since 1948. The fund warned that rising borrowing costs, persistent fiscal deficit, and slowing growth could threaten the stability of many economies if unchecked. According to the IMF, the sharp increase is being fueled by post-pandemic spending, higher interest rates, and the need for governments to finance energy subsidies, social programs, and climate-related projects. Advanced economies, including the United States and several European nations, account for most of the debt, but emerging markets also facing growing fiscal pressure. The fund advised governments to adopt credible fiscal reforms, broaden their tax base, and improve spending efficiency to stabilize debt levels. Economics caution that without coordinated global efforts, rising debts could undermine investor confidence, increasing inflation risk, and slow global economic recovery. The IMF highlights an urgent call for fiscal discipline and sustainable growth strategies. Now, this is IMF. They are not specific. They are not calling out any country, but they are saying, hey, at the rate at which the world is borrowing, we might go out of fashion with this borrowing.
I was just looking at the infographics that I got. I think Doctor sent it. It's a $150 trillion debt market with United States, leading the trail with $58.8 trillion, followed by China, $26.1 trillion. So, and the rest of them, we have Japan with 11 trillion, we have the United Kingdom, 6 trillion, the rest of Europe, 6.3 trillion, Spain, 2 trillion, Brazil, 3 trillion, Germany, 4 trillion, Italy, 3.8 trillion, Australia, 2.4 trillion, and others, well, Canada, 4.3 trillion. It's good that Nigeria is not in the $1 trillion debt.
Well, we are in the 90-something points, 96 points. There are almost 100 billion.
Part of the story you read was that it was IMF advising, governments to broaden their tax base, which is something we are going into with the new NRS, the National Revenue, Service and all that. By 2026, broaden our tax base, to capture every other person, the formal and the informal sector, wise, prudent spending.
Yes, you didn't add cut down on government expenditure.
Cut down on government expenditure.
We're not doing that yet.
Yes, we were not doing that yet. With the establishment of new ministries, some have been merged together and all that, projects here and there.
Here in Nigeria?
And all that tricks. Let me learn. So I think that prudent spending is number one. I mean, look at all the stories we've talked about. It has to do with prudency. It's prudency that is actually depleting our chest, because until we come to the fact that every penny must be accounted for, we will just keep borrowing. Even this pension, I hope that this pension, it's not that we're going to borrow to pay pensioners. I hope it's coming from the coffers of the federal government.
The money was contributed, so it should be somewhere.
It should be
somewhere. If government has been spending it, the government should return it with interest.
Good. Just like every other thing. Now, the only way we can achieve this is, let's look inwardly first of all. Just like I think China and a particular country, one African country, that China decided, okay, we can loan you money in your currency. That's a good move, even though, yes, I will still not advise you. Kenya, thank you very much. Let's go that route also. If you are going to borrow, let's borrow in Naira. So that whether the dollar comes up or it goes down, we are paying, if it's 1 billion naira, we're paying 1 billion naira back. We are not paying any other thing due to FX pressure or the rest of it. That is one route we can do. look internally. If we do not have the resources to build this, let's not go and borrow. Let's manage.
Okay.
Projection is good. That, okay, we're projecting that, oh, if we sell and we shoot beyond 3 million barrels and all that, we should be able to achieve this. But what are also, you must have plan B. I think that's one of the things Nigeria needs to, we should also have plan B, non-oil export. Let's expand non-oil export so that even if oil export does not bring us what we need, non-oil export, let's focus more on that. So that's the only way we can now reduce debt burden.
Okay, that's the way we can reduce debt burden. Mukhtar, I'm coming to you. The IMF has dropped this projection for the entire globe. I think maybe it's just someone that you're owing, hitting a gong and saying, hey, guys, you're owing me, prepare to pay me. Now they've told the entire globe, hey, this is where we are right now. Now let's talk as Nigerians. In that particular story, they said, okay, we should look also at energy subsidies. But on the other hand, they told Nigeria to cut off energy subsidies. And that's why we are paying this much right now. How can we add the two stories together?
We can have the two stories together because I feel like what IMF is not talking to countries like Nigeria, because Nigeria's debt to GDP stands at less than 40%. And all these countries that you mentioned that are owing trillions, their debt to GDP is over 100% on average. America, for example, is 124% to their GDP. So their debt is even more than their GDP. UK, the same thing, 108%, more than their GDP. It's only China that their debt is about 90%, which is less than their GDP by 10%. And we are just barely, we are below 40%. So now, what does that tell me? It tells me that we still have a ceiling to borrow to do what we need to do. Like I said the last time on this program, until the life of majority of Nigerians are good, they have access to all the infrastructures that they need. You go to the most remote villages in Nigeria, and the schools there is fit for my children and your children. The hospitals there are fit for my children and your children, are not animals. The road network is good. They have access to internet to communicate to the rest of the world. I don't see why we should stop borrowing. But the key thing here is we cannot just borrow and it ends up in a politician's pockets or to better the life of the politician. It has to trickle down to better the life of Nigerians. Because if we don't build this infrastructure, a lot of this investment that we need will not come. There are mineral resources buried in the most remote villages. You cannot expect somebody to bring 2 billion, 3 billion, 5 billion to come and invest in raw material refining, and you expect them to build the road that leads to these villages. Somebody has to do it. You don't expect them to bring this money to come and invest in our countries, to employ our people, and then you want them to build security for us and build hospitals, build schools for us. So we need to do all these things. We need to, infrastructure development is the bedrock, is the foundation for development and investments. So we need to borrow to close this gap. The same IMF and World Bank is telling us that Nigeria needs to spend $100 billion for the next 10 years, which comes to $1 trillion, to be able to close the gap of infrastructure. And guess what the budget for Nigeria is for this year? It's a lousy $35 billion. It's not even up to that $100 billion that is meant for only infrastructure. And now we are spending $35 billion on security, on infrastructure, on health, on education, and so on. You know, so we need to continue to grow. And whatever this administration is doing, our GDP is projected to be $450 billion by the end of this year, which is almost double. We are currently at less than $200 billion. So if that projection, if they say if there's no disruption, we're already seeing some disruption in the energy sector with this Pengassan drama. I hope it's nip in the bud immediately. But if we continue in that projection, and even if we get to about 300, then there's a better ceiling for us to borrow. My own is borrow and put it to good use so that the lives of Nigerians can be good. The job of Nigerian government is not to make our book look good and say, oh, we are not owing anybody. Because America is owing 124% to their GDP, and everybody's happy. Me and you and the rest of Nigeria, everybody wants to go to America. If there's a plane now in Muritala and they say anybody that wants to go to America can go, I doubt how many people will be left in Nigeria. So we should copy this country.
A lot of us. So there'll be enough space left.
Yeah, so let's borrow to better the life of our people. The only thing is, let's make sure this money is put into good use and these loans are properly negotiated, and we can see our currency has continued to strengthen, to gain strength. So we cannot continue to act in panic to say, oh, we might pay more because our currency will lose value. What happened to what we are doing now that is making us have a stronger naira? So we have to continue to make sure that our currency is getting stronger. And now all the loans that we borrowed in the past, we are paying is easier now because we have a stronger naira. So it means if you borrow when dollar was like 2,000 to a naira, now if you want to pay, you are paying with 1.5. So you are saving 500 because the government is doing something right and the naira is getting stronger. So imagine you borrow when naira was 2,000 to a dollar and naira gets to 500. You get to save 1,500. So let's continue the good things that we are doing that is giving the naira strength and continue to borrow to better the life of Nigerian people and make sure it doesn't end up in the pocket of politicians. That's my take.
Okay, now I will really look forward to us producing more and making more money than borrowing. That's my own side of it. For the ones who've borrowed, it's very difficult to get some people to account for it. So if we have that divide in accounting and proper utilization of what we've borrowed, then that is an issue. That's an issue that needs to be solved.
He also mentioned that paying back, that's another thing. How many of these loans have we paid back? Because that's one of the things. In as much as, yes, you borrow 2,000 when dollar was 2,000 and all that, and now it's 1.5, you pay less, you save less. But how many of these have been repaid? That's another thing we need to look at. Because then again, I will still put loopholes in what he said. You can't achieve something different if you keep doing the same thing. We have been borrowing to fund projects that are uncompleted. So I think if we keep doing the same thing, we will not get a different result. Let's stop borrowing for now. Let's focus on generating. Let's invest in other exports and see how we can raise money instead of going outside to borrow.
Okay, let's get to our next story. For those that follow the stock market and the Nigerian exchange. Yes, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday was a downside of it. Then yesterday, that was Wednesday, the market bounced back. We had a 220 billion gain. Then for Thursday, it was a completely different story. Nigerian Exchange Limited continued its upward trajectory on Thursday, with investors recording a collective gain of 350 billion at the close of trading. The positive momentum was driven by renewed interest in banking and industrial sector stocks, further strengthening overall market performance. At the end of the season, the market capitalization of listed equities increased to 94.2 trillion from 93.85 trillion recorded the previous day. Similarly, the benchmark all-share index advanced by 612.81 points. That is 0.41% to close at 148,355.04 points. This reflects a one-week gain of 1.47%, a four-week gain of 4.45%, and an impressive year-to-date growth of 44.14%. Trading activity also showed notable improvement, with investors exchanging 432.31 million shares worth 16.80 billion naira in 23,642 deals. This represents an 11% increase in volume, a 36% rise in turnover, and a 3% uptick in total transaction compared to the previous season. This is good. Now, for those still wondering, we are looking forward to having $1 billion capitalized market.
Sure. Yes.
Then we're looking forward to having $1 trillion capitalized market. That's where we are going to. We want to see our market compete, not just for us, but compete globally. When you list
NASDAQ,
when you go to NASDAQ, go to Hong Kong, go to the London stock market, we also want to hear you talk about Lagos stock market. That's the dream for us.
It can actually happen because, I mean, investors are becoming more confident in Nigerian equities. You know, there's improved earnings by banks and manufacturers, you know, and this has to do with stable interest rate and economic reforms that is going on. It's a good one because, yes, strong returns for investors. It also boosts foreign investors' confidence that, okay, yes, I can invest. But the thing about it is that it's only concentrated in the banking and industrial sector. What about other sectors? I'm looking at, what about the telecoms, the health sector? Let's all, you know, and this financial literacy is still causing a major gap until the youth themselves start investing, see stock, and do away with Ponzi schemes. Yes, you can still do crypto until we have a large amount. I mean, Nigeria has one of the largest population of youth. Now imagine that population going into stock, investing into stock. And these youth are the largest population of entrepreneurs. So imagine them going into the capital market. Then we can achieve that $1 billion capital.
$1 trillion is what we're looking forward to. The exchange was also looking at listing 1,000 new SMEs in the market. That's good. We look forward to positive things and major things happening. Let's get to our next story for the day. And yes, clean energy. We talked about cooking gas, LPG. For those that are wondering, after this whole, we'll call it brouhaha, after this whole dance of the gods that refused to drop with Pegasus, Dangote, and other parties that are hiding behind the scene and pushing and pulling pins up and down, cooking gas turned to something else. Now, there has been this particular waste to cooking gas fuel initiative from Free Recycle Limited. They are partnering with the Rural Women Energy Security Initiative Limited to transform recycled aerosol waste into clean cooking fuel. Now, this initiative targets rural and peri-urban communities across Nigeria, aiming to improve and provide affordable, that's the watchword here, affordable and sustainable energy options for women. It's only for women. In a joint statement, both organizations explained that the collaboration will focus on distributing liquefied petroleum gas recovered from Nigeria's first aerosol recycling plant. This effort is expected to help reduce energy poverty while promoting cleaner energy alternative. The recycling plant developed by Free Recycle is in collaboration with Display Environmental plays a crucial role in converting waste material into valuable energy sources. Now, this is where I am very interested in. We need alternative, affordable. Let me use affordable. Alternative, cheaper energy sources.
Yes, we do.
For the home.
Yes.
For energy, for cooking. Gas cannot go as high as 17 for 12.25. That's on a good day, 24. When these guys decide to dance, and we tell people to leave coal or leave firewood. That is not going to work.
Yes, I recently had to educate someone about coal because the person went ahead to buy this modernized, refurbished, upgraded coal stove where you put charcoal inside the compartment, and and she thought that it would be economical than using gas. And I had to, go online and show her some of the health risk involved in using coal. But in the rural areas, this is what has been used over time. This is what brought about the smoky jollof rice and the other. People say it's that burnt charcoal smell that, mixed with the rice that makes it juicy, but what are the health risks? So I'm looking at a situation whereby if the government can also step in and give some grant tax incentives and all that tax breaks to encourage, people, then also we also have to educate people now, because yes, it's it's waste being converted. So how do we get this waste? We've been talking about how to dispose waste properly. So this is a good one. This is a good move. We can install bins at places whereby all you have to do is just throw it there. You could even give some incentive, maybe 10 naira for every can you drop. That will encourage people. That can be taken, recycled, and all that. If it's going to be done, if it's going to be sustainable, it's a welcome idea, because this looks like something that might also be capital intensive.
Yeah, for them to invest in it, they are not investing for charity. They also want to make profit.
Good.
So if they are looking at being able to convert landfills or some other high-grade waste, which can also go for conversion to gas, how profitable is it going to be for them? That's I'm just asking on the long run. And we're also looking at what quantity, what commercial viability is going to be there. Is it when they commercialize it? Are they going to have that amount that can spread over time for them to be profitable and for the source of the energy itself and the energy itself to be available? These are things we keep wondering and not going back to the normal LPG we are getting from importers.
There's a readily available market. I'm talking about the marketers. That means they have to partner with maybe filling stations and also other subsidiaries to help them sell this. And if they are also willing, the partners, the retailers are also willing. And the retailers must also see some form of gain, because if there's no gain in it, you will not get people, to back this particular project. So how many marketers do you have? How will you be able to get this thing across? And we're looking at rural areas. So that's why I say it's capital intensive, which means there has to be stations installed in those rural areas. Maybe.
What about their feedstock? Since they're looking at rural areas, do rural areas generate waste as much as urban areas?
That's another problem. So how much waste will you be able to get to? That's why I said sustainability also matters. Will you be able to sustain it at the level? Because if you gather all the waste and there's no waste left, what happens? But it's a good move.
Mukhtar, I need to come to you right now because we need solution to our gas crisis. It has turned to a crisis as we speak. You can't buy cooking gas for, let's say, 10,000 naira, and in a matter of hours, it's ×2. And there is no stable price across board. If we have alternative, how can we sustain it?
On a lighter note, I hope Pengasan will not shut them down. This is a welcome development. This is what we like to see. Initiative that bring competition to the pricing that is beneficial to the end users, the final consumers. And these are the kind of initiative and project where I will encourage government to put their grants into. This is the kind of things that state governments should be lobbying to bring these companies to their states, to their villages, to help their people, to say, hey, we'll give you a tax break. Hey, we'll give you free land. Hey, we'll give you grants to set this up because you are going to encourage our people and the product is going to make their life, a lot better. So we want to see more of this across different sectors. Waste is wealth now. Waste is wealth all over the country. There are so many plastic waste in our waterways that is, making our life difficult with flood every now and then. We need to encourage people to go into that and, plastic recycling. A lot of this waste, they've said time and time again that it can be used for energy, and that is what we are seeing now. So this is the kind of initiative that state governments should look into and try to attract to their state to better the life of their people and create employment, because we have such huge unemployment gap. So initiatives like this can kind of like fill the gap and employ our vibrant youth rather than vandalism and what we see and crime. These are some of the things that is just lying there. It's just there. So, and I don't see the bad side to it. It's good in all fronts. It's good for the environment. It's good for the people. It's good for the government. So these are some of the initiatives that government can encourage and try to sustain.
Okay, talking about initiative government can encourage and try to sustain. Now, you also brought up the issue of youth that are not well engaged. Now, we have our next story and we'll most likely end with this. Farmers are struggling as labor shortage deepens cost and such. The agricultural sector is grappling with a severe labor shortage as farmers face difficulty in hiring field workers amid soaring production costs. Rising prices of essential inputs such as fertilizer, fuel, and pesticides have significantly increased cultivation expenses, leaving many growers in distress. Reports indicate that fertilizer prices have surged by more than 200% over the past 2 years. This sharp increase, combined with higher costs for machinery and farm labor, has driven overall investment requirements to unsustainable levels for many small and medium-scale farmers. As the current farming season progresses, many growers are unable to secure sufficient manpower. The watchword here being manpower. The nation gathered that the shortage of affecting farms across Lagos, Ogun, Oyo, Osun, and Kwara State in previous years, laborers from Benin and Togo played the vital role in sustaining agricultural productivity. But their reduced availability has worsened the ongoing crisis. This is what is coming out. I wish this was... Now, with the use of data, we should have been able to project and know that, okay, we are falling short in manpower over time. Then came the 2025 Tinubu administration and his input into agriculture. A lot of machinery was brought in. Now, this is, if you remember, on this particular table, we were talking about it the other day. I said, the machinery will only profit big farmers.
Yes.
Now, for you to profit smaller farms, they have to come together and work as a group. Now, that particular result is showing. Why are we not tackling issues before they crop up? Why is it after they have cropped up and read their ugly heads, is now the consequences will now come to discuss? Why are we having this?
Well, I think we need to move into a proactive nation than always waiting till the solutions come up. But this is why I've always encouraged youth participation in agriculture, because one of the possible solutions is to incentivize local youth into agriculture, through training and better wages, because we have a large population of youth. Why are they not interested in agriculture? I remember growing up in school, agricultural science and all that, we were taught how to plant and all these things. Is that still being sustained? Because if you catch them from that early age, let them know that you can actually, if they see farming as a lucrative investment, they will go into it. The youth of this generation, they are full of life, they're energetic. If they see something that is viable, they will put their full force into it. So these shortages, this is where the youth would have occupied, but it's because they do not see it as something lucrative. And why is it not lucrative? A whole lot of factors are into it. I mean, the big elephant being insecurity and the rest of them. But how can we now step in? What can we do to make it more lucrative, make it attractive for these youths to go into? Because the more people going into farming, then the better for us. Then we can have food surplus everywhere across the states.
Okay, thank you very much. Mukhtar, I'm coming to you now. The government has this subsidy plan for fertilizer, but getting it to the real farmer is what is always an issue. Also, the machineries that were bought from the present administration, there was a whole large numbers that were imported. Niger State was one of the beneficiaries and some other states. How can we get this thing to the real farmers? Because it's almost past rainy season. And for some states, they don't do irrigated farming. So these are problems that we should have sorted out before now, but it's with us. How can we get government fertilizers that are subsidized to real farmers and knock out the middleman? And how can we also get young people to the farm?
getting the young people to the farm, we need to secure our villages. Most of the remote villages are now deserted from northeast to northwest, now north central. And those are our arable lands. You don't find farms in places like Lagos, Port Harcourt City, all of this vibrant city, you can't farm there. Our farmlands are the remote villages. And because of insecurity, those places are deserted. Right now, if we have about 30 to 50 villages deserted, meaning there's nobody there. And those are our farming population. And nobody wants to stay in the remote villages again because they just feel like they are waiting for insecurity to strike. So we need to secure those villages. Those are our farming population. I don't see the young people in the city like Lagos really going into farming except they invest in farming. And talking about the tractors, apart from Lagos State and Niger State, Lagos State in 2025 invested $500 billion into agriculture, and they invested in the whole value chain, the whole 9 yard, from the farm. They have farms in Kebbi State and in Niger State, which involves tractors, machineries, and all of those things. To distribution, they have a lot of trucks, cold rooms that will move the goods from the farm. To packaging, if you go to some stores in Lagos, you see Eco Rice, you see some of the other products, and they have physical stores. In Mushin, you see Lagos physical store, warehouse, where they sell their products. They are building a bigger one around Lekki Epe corridor as well. So these are the states, and Niger State is doing a lot of things too. They invested 400 billion naira into agriculture in 2025 alone, like you mentioned. So the other states, they are just cosmetic agriculture, just for the headline. Kwara State, for example, that's where I come from, and I happen to have a farm in Kwara State. I was unable to use the tractors that the governor told the press that he purchased because the tractors are left in the government house just for facade, for people to just see that, oh, we buy tractors and we are trying to improve agriculture. If you go to the local government to say, hey, I need the tractor, they are going to charge you, you pay them, and then you never see the tractor because there's so much bureaucracy around it. They'll tell you, and the person that will sign for the tractor to go out is not around. When the person signs, they say, oh, we need to service it. When they service it, they say, hey, they have not released money to fuel it. And then you find out that you've lost 2 months of the farming calendar. So me, as a person, I had to go private. And renting tractors from private is very, very expensive. So those are the things. Government needs to invest in the whole value chain. Storage is very, very important. The reason why a lot of people are discouraged about agriculture is everybody harvests at the same time, and food prices crashes below even the average market value. So everybody sell at almost at a loss because there's no storage facility. Everybody is bringing out their product at the same time. So if there is a storage facility, then if there's enough supply for the market, some people can hold their products back, and then we can continue to supply the market. And it's even good for the consumers. And that is why, for example, at some time of the year, you see a basket of tomatoes selling for as low as 8,000 or 10,000. And then other times it goes as high as 80,000 naira. That's because everybody is bringing their products at a time. So there is surplus to the market. The price crashes beyond your imagination. And then a time will come where there is limited supply because so we need to balance so we can have an average price across the year. And no farmer will be losing money because the farmer that is selling at the surplus is selling because if he does not sell, the product is going to rot and he will lose out totally. So we need to look at all of these things, and the government needs to help us be able to export better, smoothly. Only the multinationals like Olam are exporting well and few, but the government needs to find a bridge for normal farmers to be able to sell, have like a a storage, a processing facility where farmers can take their products, they buy at a premium and export. So you say, okay, 50% goes into local markets, you sell to Nigerians in Naira, and we can help you sell 50% of your product to the rest of the world at a premium. These are the things that will interest people, that will make them want to come into farming. Nobody was taught crypto in school. Everybody is trying to do crypto now because there's money there. So the government needs to make the agri-business scalable and, worth it for the youth. And like I said, the only state that is doing that right now in Nigeria is Lagos State and Niger State. The rest of them are just playing politics, as far as I know. Kwara State, for example, if you go to Kwara State government house, the tractors are still there, and it's almost the end of the year. So the government is just there for facade, for people to just say, hey, we invested in agriculture, see the tractors. But the tractors is not on the farm. The tractor is not meant for government house, it's meant to be on the farm.
Thank you very much, Mukhtar. You have a lot to dish out. But hey, it's Friday, we have to go. Thank God this Friday has already started. Thank you for being part of the program today. We look forward to having you next week, but before then, do have yourself a very beautiful weekend.
You too, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Olumide?
Yes, it's been quite an interesting one. The government's actually doing a whole lot of reforms. It's just for us to make sure that these reforms materialize. Accountability, transparency, those are the watchwords right now. Those are the ways we can be, we can show patriotism. Let me just stop there.
Okay, patriotism, he says. Remember this, that this is Nigeria and it belongs to me. It belongs to you. And nobody, again, I repeat, nobody is more Nigerian than you. So hey, this is your country. Deal with it. Produce for it. Live for it. And be it. Thank you very much for being part of SBL today. Remember to join us on all our social media platforms. Follow, like, and most importantly, share. Have yourself a beautiful weekend. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks.
And I'm Olumide Shokoya. I'll see you soon.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Ilegunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
In April 1960, just months before Nigeria's independence, a 26-year-old ascended one of the most revered thrones in Yoruba land. His name, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona. His reign, almost 65 years. His legacy, a modernized crown, a globalized culture, and an unwavering voice for truth. Born 10th of May 1934 into the royal house of Anikinaya to Prince Rufai Adetona Adeleke and Ajibabi Adetona Ne Onashile, Sikiru Kayode Adetona's royal destiny was set early. He attended Baptist School, Ereko, in 1943, Ogbere United Primary School, and Ansarudin School, Ijebu-Ode, before enrolling at Oluiwa College, now Adeola Odutola College, from 1951 to 1956. He later worked briefly in the audit department of the Western region in Ibadan, before leaving for the United Kingdoms in 1958 to study accountancy. But history had other plans. On the 2nd of April 1960, he was installed as the 58th Awujale of Ijebu land, taking the regnal name Ogbagba Agbotewole II. Young, confident, and stepping into leadership just as the new Nigeria was emerging, marking the beginning of one of the longest and the most consequential reigns in Nigeria's history. Despite his demanding role, Oba Adetona maintained close family ties. He was married and blessed with children who were raised in the blend of royal tradition and modern education that defined his worldview. Known to be a devoted family man, he valued privacy in personal matters, but ensured his children had opportunities for education both within and outside Nigeria. Socially, he was at ease in multiple wards, equally comfortable in palace courts, university lecture halls, diplomatic gatherings, or informal community events. He cultivated friendships across business, politics, and academia, yet was deeply rooted in his hometown, often mingling with his people during festivals and communal projects. The coup that saved a king. But destiny tested him. In the early 1980s, a government commission of inquiry moved against him. Suspension and deposition loomed. The order was to take effect in early 1984. Then came 31st December 1983. A military coup swept away the civilian administration, and with it, the threat to his throne. The Awujale returned more respected, more resolute. Beyond royal ceremonies, Oba Adetona built a reputation as a monarch unafraid to challenge authority. He spoke plainly on governance, justice, and public accountability. In 2016, he institutionalized those ideas by endowing a 250 million naira professorial chair in governance at Olabisi Onabanjo University, OOU, the first of its kind by a Nigerian traditional ruler. It was a deliberate investment in shaping ethical leadership for generations to come. The Oju Dioba Festival long predicted his reign, but under Adetona, it became an international spectacle, a celebration of Ijebu identity, Yoruba elegance, interfaith harmony, and cultural soft power. It drew politicians, captains of industry, global tourists, and the diaspora to Ijebu each year, making it both a cultural statement and an economic engine. Adetona presided over a kingdom of religious plurality, Islam, Christianity, and traditional worship, often using his platform to advocate tolerance. Though a devout Muslim and president of the United Muslim Council, he regularly attended Christian events and encouraged interfaith harmony. And now, the final chapter. On 13th July 2025, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona Ogbagba Agbotewole II passed away at the age of 91. He was buried according to Ijebu customs in solemn rites shielded from public view. Attention now turns to succession and the weight of following one of Nigeria's longest-serving traditional rulers. Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona reigned across three Nigerias: the colonial twilight, the stunts of military rule, and the promises and failures of democracy. He proved that a throne could be modern without losing its roots, bold without losing its identity, and proud without closing its doors. His voice will echo in the university lectures he inspired, the festival he globalized, the cultural pride he nurtured, and in the personal values he instilled in his family. As Ijebuland turns the page, one question lingers: whether or not the next Awujale will match relevance with integrity and tradition with transformation, following the path of the past hero. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ Perspective.
The Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet that you have. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did it these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launch was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent as by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General, and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what to call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work, for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom that encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of the national economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead. ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligation to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. SOUQ Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helm of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. SOUQ Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're saying that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FIRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. SOUQ, as is well known, has improved on a simplifying tax reform even within the federal land revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attacking the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not go well for them on the bad allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT, and then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, well, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
Editors, President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, you had a meeting with NBG where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where you share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here today. Editors, before you is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali San is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why I came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali San. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our Grand Norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. That's why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but any affirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandates, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. A contract supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure the sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stern in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations. And transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agree that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical. And as chief law officers, they need to work together with us, because by Section 15 of the Constitution, all of us are supposed to put heart on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also, I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption. Because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year, we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs. And we issued about 188 press releases. And also the Commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms. And also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast, whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also, there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discussed it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go out with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of proceeds of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasoni. I ensure that all their programs are intact, and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, but we'll be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you're aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira. And so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which measure institutions' adherence to ethical standards. We released the results, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have gave it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tanko Sununu, they were there. The former Minister of Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its great in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint tabled before us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is our Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, ACT, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is unaccountable, responsible, and efficient in approaching all issues that are tabled before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled last year, and we have been using it. Now, recently, we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to, and also how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we'll monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We too, we can follow, because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area where we need to look at. And also, we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society, to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening, so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC, and we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there, so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy, because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court, because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts, despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPs as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 287 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also, I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the African Court to please desist. Because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor and investigate, because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract, that is corruption, because you don't have the mandate. And also the Apex Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in. And in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 anti-corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I have the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that global network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it, because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November, whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shore of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover all professional fee to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we'll keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets that we need to recover it. So this is an area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC, we are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely. We will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our aid, try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever works within that corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby you are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC for the past 25 years has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that's why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leader of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we'll make Nigeria great, and also will tackle the challenge of our corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt-free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states. where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we are talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you are talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we will see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying, I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realize that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raised about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress, the pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this is one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring. They will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. It's in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody wants to get money. And you can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky. You will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. If you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And distinguished, I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detest corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing, how can we fight this corruption, Chairman. But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it, and also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process, because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges. No, it is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue, as a lawyer you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the court and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that slowing down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption, when you take him to court, it will take many years. And before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem, because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provides that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some, you will find that after ICPC are investigating an issue, it has taken somebody to court, even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as chairman of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the Code of Conduct, Bureau and Tribunal. Any public officer with secure conviction and the agency refuses to edge him out, we will send him to Code of Conduct because they have the power to edge him out. So there is another way so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. And also the institutions are really weak because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the thread. You will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. This is an area whereby there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement be raised in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there is an international dimension too. Because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But they know that they can wear it somewhere else. And those countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back? This is process of crime. Please take it back to your country because there is United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And it is a global legal instrument. But you will find out that when they wear the money outside the country, there are a lot of technicalities. MLA, other things that will be frustrated because the legal mechanisms are made in such a way that it's even very, very difficult for you to recover. So if they know that they cannot take it somewhere else, I think the problem might reduce. Okay, the constituency project, like I said, we have been investigating the issue because it's a challenge that has been with us for a long period of time. And from what I notice of why the challenge keep on coming is one of the issues you made mention. Because there was a time when member of the National Assembly told me, say, Chairman, I have concern. I say, what is your concern? He said, it's about this your executive project tracking. You people are doing well. But I know why this issue will keep on coming. On that day, he was telling me the challenge he was facing. There was burial in his hometown. He need to contribute. He said, look, somebody had domestic accident. He called me. And so he kept on mentioning. He said, I'm not justifying, but the societal pressure on us is too much. That's why only those who are strong will resist. And I don't know whether that is part of the reason why we are having this challenge. And to be frank with you, we have noticed areas whereby some of them did not execute the project. We have noticed whereby some of them, they did shoddy job. We have noticed whereby some of you notice that, like I keep on saying, a well is supposed to be dig in one place, and somebody will just take it to his home farmland. We will see where there is street lights, instead of to be installed in the streets, somebody will put in his house. So these are challenges that keep coming. And I know that there is one of the newspapers last year, they made a front page story that ICPC has failed to tackle this challenge. And I know that we have been doing our best, and we did a lot because we have recovered a lot. And even currently, I know that there is somebody who's facing trial. A charge will file a charge against one of the former members of National Assembly. A former member is facing trial because of diversion. And also, we know that we have been going to ensure that if you do not execute the contract, you must go and do it. I know that there is a state whereby an ambulance was diverted. We ensure that it was taken to the hospital. I know where a lot of things, and that's why the strategy is good, in the sense that let us recover the proceeds of crime and put it into use. Because if you keep on filing charges and all these things, you will spend many years in court while the actual project will not be executed. And to be fair to them, if you confront them, you show them the proof. Honorable or distinguished, this is a project you're supposed to execute, you do not. Please direct the contractor to go back to site, or contractor go back to site. They go back. And recently, those who are being used, the contractors, I have been hard on them. If you allow money to be diverted through you, we are going to charge you now. You want to refund that money because you allow yourself to be used as conduit pipe. So we have been doing that, and we have recovered a lot. And if I may say that the societal pressure, in my view, is one of the challenges, and also the weakness of the institutions. Because, to be frank, some of the heads of agencies, they allow themselves to be used in these challenges of constituency projects. Because if the head of agencies insists, once there is a contract awarded, that contract must be executed to the latter. Or insist that you are not going to allow anything to be inserted in your budget, which is not out of your mandate. So if we will do that, then this thing will minimize. But if the head of agencies allow themselves to be used, then this thing will keep on happening. And ICPC, all the anti-corruption agencies, we don't have the capacity to follow all projects. That's why you, as the media, you can expose. The public too, they need to follow their project, on your project. If there's a project which is supposed to be done in your constituency or in your security district, it was not done, raise it. And I don't think there is any public officer that you confront him with evidence that this amount of money was appropriated for a particular project and you don't execute, please go back and execute. You will not say, no, I will not go to do that. I hope I have answered. We are doing it in such a way that we don't disrupt the financial system. So we do it in such a way that we don't allow you to continue with illegality and committing crime, so that we will save the banking system and also the public sector fund. Then on the issue of Dubai, like you made mention, in my speech I made mention of proceeds of crime. And I alluded to the fact that the international legal regimes, the various laws of countries are the problem. Because for me, I kept on saying in various fora of anti-corruption that look, if somebody steals our money and take it to your own country and you keep it, why are you telling me that we should come together and fight corruption? Why? Because you know, because your own, there is no your money in my country. So that's why we are saying we should join hands. Why I have traced and point out to you, this is the public funds taken to your own country. Why can't you give us our own? But because of the legal regimes, sometimes it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of, it's not even law alone, there are politics, there are diplomacy, so it is something which is even outside the realm of anti-corruption agencies alone, because you need a lot of stakeholders. I know recently there are countries that I am the one who have been following that, look, let us sign an MOU with you, because we have noticed our funds are being taken to our own countries. And they agree. There are some 1 or 2 countries that I know that we are about to complete sign an MOU because of what we have noticed.
Also here, as a media owner, I here with my team, we have a radio station and also a television station. I want to commend your efforts. For you to meet with the media shows you are transparent. It shows you are accountable. I don't have any question to ask you because I'm part of the team. It is not cheap to fight corruption. It's very, very expensive. Fighting corruption is also very, very complex. It's not as easy as we used to say it. It is only the person that is wearing the shoe that will know where it pitches. So I commend your efforts and I pray for more grace that God should call your efforts. Everything is in your favor, the age, the energy, you have the capacity, and you have the right team to help you to drive it. You have the right team to drive it. Further, you have this advice, you can't do it alone. You need to also rely on the outside team to help you to drive your dreams, your plans and goals, especially in the area of the media. I suggest maybe you have something like a strategic media public enlightenment committee. Comprises, of course, the media team as well, stakeholders. You have a committee who also help you spread your good news. Also help you spread your good news either in the public sector, in the private sectors, and all that. Because if you say you want to work with media like you would like to work to, it's very, very expensive. But when you have the committees, selected committee, media team, editors, and also for the private sector and public sector, they will help you to achieve your dreams and goals. So you have our support, and like I said, God will call your efforts. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Angry ones and the pastors. Let me just add to your to-do list. I had 2 questions written down, but after Ikechukwu gave his lecture, I decided to calm down. You talked about, before I round up, and thank you for coming, judges advising you to go settle out of court. The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with corruption in Nigeria are those judges. Recently, I think it was the Chief Justice of Nigeria who said election cases constitute about 70 or 80% of the cases they have in their docket, which suggests that election cases are very lucrative for them. So you have to put your searchlight on the judiciary. Then number 2, your constituency, the legal profession. Please, MBA has, from all accounts, a vibrant lawyer, Afam Osigwe. Engage, collaborate with him. MBA too has to deliver. Plea bargaining takes place and judges advise you to go settle out of court. It's because the judges too are corrupt. The appointment and promotion mechanism on the bench is also corrupt. Search the NJC. Today, the type of, what's the word now? Corruption in terms of judicial promotion in Abuja is huge and impacts on the quality of judgment delivered. So, Mr. Chairman, the biggest thing you have done is to come here to show transparency. You said corruption thrives when there's. I also say this, I'll add to that corruption thrives when there's darkness, when it's hidden. So your coming out here suggests that you really want to fight corruption in partnership with my colleagues. And it's a brilliant thing you have done. I know you met some of my colleagues in Abuja, and that's why the Secretary of the Guild and the Deputy President of the Guild are here. You have to continue, because if you want to work with the media, honestly, the way you have shown, the media will work with you, and Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you for coming.
And I will do my best to discharge my duty to the best of my ability, together with the officers of the ICPC. That is why, if people are raising the issue of bias, the issue of all this lie, you cannot prevent people from raising those kind of issues. But one thing I know, that if I satisfy my conscience, I'll go to sleep. And like I said, there is somewhere else that we are going to account somewhere. And that is why I try as much as possible to be fair in what I'm doing. And also God knows what I'm doing, and also know my ability, because the anti-corruption is a very complex and difficult thing. Sometimes getting evidence, getting things is difficult. Even if you're investigating issues, somebody will look like you are targeting you are targeting somebody, or you have a motive, or this thing. So on my own part, I will do my best, and also posterity will judge, because that's the only thing I can say. On other issue, which like the president said, that the lecture you gave us, and some of the things you raised, I quite agree with you that those are the challenges, and we need to work on them. And in my view, that is why the Constitution is structured in such a way that the Chapter 2, it is left in such a way that is you, the leader, that should strive to ensure that Chapter 2 is realizable. You attain that aspiration: education, healthcare, good environment, all other social amenities. You as a leader, you must think outside the box to ensure that you reduce the poverty level, which I agree with you. The level of poverty is really high, and we need to tackle it, because without tackling the poverty, we will continue to face this challenge of corruption that keeps on coming. And also, we are not justifying or defending the public office holders or the politicians, like you said, that we are saying that there is societal pressure. Like you said, it's a fact. We can't deny it. Myself as ICPC chairman, if I show you the number of text messages people are sending to me every day, you'll be shocked. In fact, I am even thinking that some they have even forgotten that I am the ICPC chairman. Maybe they are thinking that I am chairman of one local government or a state government, because they will keep on sending. So, and also they will keep on calling, because the number of calls, they are such that they are unbearable. And we are part of the society. Even if we deny, there is certain thing that even if you deny is a reality. And I agree that poverty is one of the factors. But also we have to keep on telling people that they need to consider public holders. And also, we, the public office holders also, we need to live a simple life. Because some of us, the way we are living a very larger life, that's why people will keep on pressurizing you. But unfortunately, it is also us, the Nigerians, that are pushing people. Like that member I started an example, he told me that my constituent were telling me that, look at this man. He has finished house order, he has an old car. Up to now. So people are even look at you, there are certain things that even if you exhibit as a public officer, people will look at you that is strange. So why? Because it is the society that are pushing people to adopt a life that will put you in trouble. And once you resist, like I said, they will say you are awkward, you are difficult, you know, all these things. And we are all human beings. And that is why we need that support from you, the media, in your own writings, articles, and opinions, and also the public too. They need to support public officers that are transparent, that try to live within their means and within the ambit of the law. But without that, you will find one or two people that because of that, they will derail. Because of that pressure. That's why always I will raise this issue of pressure. Last week when I was in Gombe, and I told the chairman, don't allow anybody to put pressure on you to dip your hand in public post. Let them say whatever they want to say. Because one day you are going to leave. It's better for you to leave, you go home and sleep well, than for you to leave and something to follow up which will not be nice.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and what should I call myself? A pseudo-politician, not quite a politician, but I've served in government before. And I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by SOUQ to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. And I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Nkrumah, Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became high commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was the position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the Sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God, in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women once were not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do. And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
The kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. My father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics straight immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I would say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife, went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, you know, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me, and I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, and so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to do with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they're quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria has never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. But that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. In fairness, we ought to be able to look at the Constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 Constitution, or do they want to draw up a new one? If the answer to that question is yes, we want to draw up a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means I've indirectly approved the 1999 Constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments, as to whether the 1999 Constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this Constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC, because they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like I said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter, and it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions, and that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country, and it's just a question of its having continued with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. Their decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in states. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Or the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. You know, there's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enwawa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as Executive Governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News on SOUQ News Television. I'm Moyosore Adibi. The Central Bank of Nigeria and the Bank of Angola have signed a memorandum of understanding to strengthen bilateral relations and enhance institutional capacity in central banking operations. The agreement was concluded in Washington, District of Columbia, on the sidelines of the International Monetary Fund and World Bank annual meetings, symbolizing a renewed commitment to regional financial collaboration. The ceremony was witnessed by Mr. Yemi Cardoso, the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, and Mr. Manuel Antonio Tiago Diaz, the Governor of the Bank of Angola. Mr. Cardoso described the pact as a timely step toward deepening African financial integration, emphasizing that the global meetings provide an opportunity for countries to connect, collaborate, and exchange institutional knowledge. He noted that closer cooperation among African central banks will help address shared challenges and enhance regional stability. The memorandum establishes a framework for technical exchange covering foreign reserves management, financial markets, exchange control, and currency operations. It also includes cross-border supervision payment systems management and staff training, according to Mr. Mohammed Abdullahi, the Deputy Governor for Economic Policy at the Central Bank of Nigeria. The initiative will promote transparency, capacity building, and best practices. The collaboration is expected to strengthen Africa's financial resilience through shared expertise and deeper institutional ties. The Dangote Petroleum Refinery has unveiled plans to distribute up to 600 million liters of petrol monthly in a coordinated move to stabilize Nigeria's fuel market and reduce pump price volatility. The refinery, which recently held a strategic meeting with key industry stakeholders, confirmed that 20 marketers have been shortlisted to lift a minimum of 2 million liters each as part of a new supply framework designed to ease product scarcity and streamline distribution channels nationwide. According to the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, the new model aims to reduce the influence of middlemen, eliminate price speculation, and ensure consistent fuel availability across the country. Despite the refinery's initiative, filling stations in Abuja and other cities have continued to raise pump prices, with some outlets selling petrol between 949 and 955 naira per litre due to tight supply and inconsistent depot pricing in a separate development. The refinery has reduced the ex-depot price of diesel by 50 naira, reviewing it from 960 naira to 910 naira per litre to cushion transportation and industrial costs. Industry leaders say the petrol distribution plan and diesel price adjustment signal the refinery's effort to restore stability in the downstream sector and provide relief to consumers amid rising energy expenses. Nigerians are facing another surge in petrol prices as pump rates climb to almost 1,000 naira per litre, despite a stronger naira and falling global crude oil prices. The naira, which traded around 1,700 per dollar earlier in the year, now exchanges at roughly 1,477 naira, while crude oil has dropped to about $60 per barrel from over $80. The mismatch between global trends and local pump prices has deepened consumer frustration amid high living costs. Depot owners and marketers have attributed the hike to supply disruptions after the Dangote refinery temporarily halted petrol loading. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria said depot operators raised ex-depot prices to as high as 900 naira per litre, forcing filling stations to adjust retail prices across Lagos, Ogun, and Abuja. Nigerian National Petroleum Company retail outlets now sell petrol at about 928 naira per litre. Officials at Dangote Refinery confirmed that loading resumed midweek and diesel prices had also been reduced. They expressed confidence that prices would stabilize as supply normalizes. However, experts warn that the recurring price spikes highlight Nigeria's dependence on a single refinery and the vulnerability of its downstream sector to supply disruptions, speculative pricing, and operational inefficiencies, even in periods of favorable global oil conditions. The United States Citizenship and Immigration Services has introduced a new $1,000 immigration parole fee that would apply to individuals granted parole into the country. The new rule, established under the H.R. 1 Reconciliation Bill, officially took effect on the 16th of October 2025, with future adjustments tied to inflation. According to the agency, the fee must be paid upon being paroled into the United States, unless the applicant qualifies for an exemption that will be outlined in a forthcoming Federal Register notice. Immigration parole allows non-citizens to temporarily enter or remain in the United States for urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit under the new policy. Applicants granted parole, reparole, or extensions must make the mandatory payment before approval. The agency emphasized that failure to pay will automatically disqualify an applicant from receiving parole status. The rule marks a significant policy shift that may increase financial pressure on asylum seekers and vulnerable migrants. While $1,000 may appear modest compared to other immigration-related expenses, it could present a barrier for entry for refugees or humanitarian applicants. The new regulation aligns with the U.S. government's broader restructuring of immigration fees, which also increased charges for asylum, work permits, and special juvenile immigration applications. The United States has claimed that India has cut its purchases of Russian crude oil by half. A statement by Indian officials and industry sources have not confirmed what the White House said. Discussions with an Indian delegation in Washington this week were productive, and that refiners in India were already reducing imports. However, Indian refiners stated that they had not received any formal directive from the government to scale down Russian supplies, noting that new orders for November and December have already been placed. The development comes amid tense trade talks between both nations, with United States President Donald Trump maintaining that Russia's oil revenues are funding the war in Ukraine. He said Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi had assured him of a halt in Russian oil purchases. Though India's foreign ministry denied knowledge of such a conversation, data from energy firm Kepler showed that India's imports of Russian oil could in fact rise by 20% this month to 1,900,000 barrels per day. Despite growing diplomatic pressure, Russia remains India's largest supplier of discounted seaborne oil, accounting for 36% of total imports in the past 6 months. New Delhi has long argued that its purchases are driven by energy security needs, while the United States has tied lower tariffs and progress in trade talks to reduction in Russian crude imports. Moscow, however, expressed confidence that its partnership with India would remain strong, offering cheaper oil deals to counter Washington's influence. Thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I'm Moyosore Adebi. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Do stay with us.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enwawa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are 3 reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationship with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential, as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is a need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than we can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for SOUQ News.
SOUQ Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The SOUQ Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into SOUQ City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, SOUQ Pearl with Champagne Tower and SOUQ Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. SOUQ Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
The Trump administration has once again thrust U.S. immigration policy into the global spotlight with the recent announcement of a new voluntary self-deportation program that offers a $1,000 stipend to undocumented immigrants who agree to leave the country on their own. This incentive-based strategy is a calculated shift from the traditional, more aggressive deportation measures and is already stirring debate among policymakers, immigration advocates, and the public alike. The program, introduced in early May 2025, is being implemented by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It allows undocumented migrants to register for voluntary departure using the CBP-1 app, after which they will receive a government-funded flight and a $1,000 stipend upon confirmation of their exit. Homeland Security officials argue that this move is designed to save taxpayers significant amounts of money. According to data provided by the DHS, a forced deportation process costs the government an average of $17,121 per individual. In contrast, the stipend program is seen as a cost-effective alternative that also reduces the strain on overcrowded detention centers and court dockets. This new measure is a part of a broader, intensified effort by the Trump administration to curb illegal immigration and tighten control over the U.S. southern border. Since returning to power, President Trump has reinstated several policies from his first term, while introducing new ones aimed at deterring undocumented migrants. Deportation numbers have surged, with nearly 66,000 individuals removed from the U.S. within the first 100 days of his new term. Family detention centers, once heavily criticized for their impact on children, have been brought back into operation, while legal aid for unaccompanied minors have seen severe cuts. These developments come at a time when the United States is experiencing a historic high in its foreign-born population. As of 2023, nearly 47.8 million immigrants were residing in the U.S., with an estimated 11 million of them undocumented. Many of these individuals have lived in the country for over a decade, raising families and contributing to the economy. Immigrants, regardless of status, are a vital part of the U.S. labor force, contributing billions in taxes and significantly shaping industries such as agriculture, construction, and caregiving. Critics of the $1,000 self-deportation offer argue that the program may oversimplify the complex reasons behind undocumented migration. Many of those targeted by the program have deep roots in the U.S., including U.S.-born children, community ties, and long-term employment. Human rights organizations warn that such policies, while less aggressive on the surface, may pressure vulnerable individuals into making life-altering decisions without legal representation or full knowledge of their rights. There are also concerns about the ethical implications of offering monetary incentives for departure, particularly in cases involving asylum seekers or those fleeing violence. From a strategic standpoint, the administration insists that this approach is a practical way to reduce the migrant population without resorting to mass raids or extended detentions. Supporters say it offers dignity and a choice to undocumented migrants while protecting national interests. However, immigration experts question the actual effectiveness of the program, noting that similar efforts in the past have yielded limited results. The offer of $1,000 may not be enough to motivate individuals who have risked everything to seek better lives in the United States. The debate around this policy underscores the broader tensions within American immigration discourse, balancing border control and national sovereignty among humanitarian obligations and economic realities. With the 2026 midterm elections approaching, immigration remains one of the most polarizing and politically charged issues on the national agenda. In the wider global context, policies like this could set a precedent as other countries monitor the U.S. approach, especially those in Europe and parts of Africa facing rising migration numbers, questions around voluntary migration, incentives, and state-led deportation policies are likely to spark wider international debates. What remains clear is that the Trump administration's latest move is not just a domestic policy. It is a bold, controversial experiment in reshaping the global migration conversation. I am Moyosore Adibi for SOUQ News TV.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Majek Fashek's 1991 album, Spirit of Love, was a groundbreaking success in Nigeria. Earning critical acclaim and resonating deeply with audiences. Produced by Little Steven Van Zandt, the album masterfully blended African spiritualism, percussive rhythms, and protest songs infused with black consciousness. Fashek's distinctive sound, marked by rhythmic pauses, assertive choruses, and the inclusion of talking drums, added to the album's energetic and impactful delivery. And spiritual struggle, reflecting the political and social climate of the time. The success of Spirit of Love, coupled
Hello and welcome to Just Africa, the program that celebrates the cultural heart and powerful narratives shaping our continent. African culture and music are powerful forces shaping identity, creativity, and youth engagement. Yet many young designers and cultural entrepreneurs struggle to turn this cultural wealth into economic opportunity. Now, UNESCO estimates Africa's creative industries generate over $58 billion annually. But participation gaps persist, especially in fashion and music. Felaboration 2025, the 25th edition of the iconic festival, founded by Yeni Anikula Pokuti, showcases how cultural events can fuel creativity and enterprise. This year's dress code for Fela fashion competition is themed Shakara. Yes, if you are in Nigeria, you understand what Shakara actually means. It celebrates Afrocentric expression through bold contemporary design alongside music, debates, and parades. This episode of Just Africa aims to show how festivals can drive economies, creative economies, preserve heritage, and inspire youth leadership, encouraging policymakers, investors, and educators to support culture as a tool for growth and social cohesion. This is Just Africa, reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olumide Shokoya. I also have Emmanuel Amolo.
Hello, hello.
Happy collaboration.
Yes. I mean, I wish I was standing so everybody could see I tried. I tried to be cultural today with my trousers. But anyway, see, I can lift it. but I like the fact that today's conversation is going to highlight part of our culture, using the music and storytelling that we're familiar with through Abami Eda himself.
Yes.
Fela is not just an icon, he was a movement.
Yes.
And the fact that his daughter, Yeni, decided to start Felabration to, first of all, honor him, but also to keep and sustain the message which her father had tried to promote through his songs. So I like this movement has grown for so many years now, over 15 years. I think they've been running this, and it's just continued from momentum to momentum. Now we're seeing even international artists come to perform.
Yes.
And also seeing more of our younger people learning about the Afro beats. Not the Afro beats that all these younger,
with the S.
because that is so Afro beat as it originally is.
Yes.
I like the fact that we're going to get somebody from there also come talk about so many of the cases that are going to happen today. But I like the fact that we're living the culture, we're sustaining it, and using this as our platform is also contributing to that movement.
Well said. Now, today we dive into the most electrifying cultural event in Nigeria, the annual week-long festival. Celebration, held every October, is more than just a concert. It is a living, breathing monument to life, revolutionary music, and radical activism of legendary Fela Anikulapo Kuti, running from October 13 to 19th, 2025. This festival is proven to be much more than just music. It's a powerful engine for youth empowerment through culture, art, and most visibly, fashion. Now, in Just Africa today, we are asking, how is Celebration in its 25th year translating Fela's legacy of resistance into tangible economic and cultural opportunities for Africa's youth, particularly through the booming creative economy? We'll find out more. It's Just Africa. Don't touch that.
Majek Fashek's 1991 album, Spirit of Love, was a groundbreaking success in Nigeria. Earning critical acclaim and resonating deeply with audiences. Produced by Little Steven Van Zandt, the album masterfully blended African spiritualism, percussive rhythms, and protest songs infused with black consciousness. Fashek's distinctive sound, marked by rhythmic pauses, a set of choruses, and the inclusion of talking drums, added to the album's energetic and impactful delivery. And spiritual struggle, reflecting the political and social climate of the time. The success of Spirit of Love, coupled with Fashek's tour alongside Tracy Chapman, cemented his place in the annals of the Nigerian music industry. In this music review and special report prepared by Bayo Olawe, we examined the profile, power, and legacy of Spirit of Love, a 10-track masterpiece that helped solidify reggae music's mainstream status in Nigeria in the early 1990s. The album opens with Beware, a wake-up call that urges Nigerians to remain vigilant against deceptive leaders and the manipulation of political power. The second track, So Long, Too Long, is a rallying cry for Africans and African Americans to awaken their potential and fulfill the dreams of revolutionary icons like Marcus Garvey and Martin Luther King Jr. In Majek Fashek Inner New York, Fashek reflects on his idealized vision of New York and the harsh reality of urban poverty and homelessness, revealing a sobering contrast. The title track, Spirit of Love, conveys a powerful message about the endurance of love over material wealth and worldly desires. On Ja People, the fifth track, Fashek criticizes oppressive political systems, likening those in power to Babylon people who exploit and subjugate the masses. He calls for resistance, lamenting humanity's obsession with control. In Religion is Politics, Fashek delivers a bold message about the misuse of religion to spread hate and fuel conflict. He urges people of different faiths to see beyond dogma and work together to build a better world. Holy Spirit presents a prophetic vision where 7 angels are sent to destroy the earth due to human transgressions. Yet, Fashek envisions a new heaven and earth, one filled with love, unity, and divine justice. Send down the rain. Majek draws on the metaphor of rain as a reward for diligent effort. The track reflects his spiritual longing and anticipation for success based on the principle of reaping what one sows. I'm Not Tired reaffirms his unwavering commitment to spreading God's message. Here, FSHEQ expresses spiritual resilience and praises the goodness of God, refusing to grow weary. The album closes with I Come From the Ghetto, a powerful reflection on the struggles of ghetto life, child abuse, government neglect, and hardship. Yet, FSHEQ celebrates the strength of these communities, invoking figures like Nelson Mandela, Jesus Christ, and Marcus Garvey as examples of greatness emerging from humble beginnings. He reminds us of the universality of these struggles across Nigeria, the US, and the UK. With Spirit of Love, Majek FSHEQ delivered a masterclass in artistry and advocacy. The album remains one of the finest reggae albums to emerge from Nigeria, exploring themes of love, peace, unity, corruption, self-awareness, revolution, spirituality, and racial equality. The perfect blend of traditional percussion, particularly the gong-gong and electric guitar, gives the album a timeless edge, merging the soul of Africa with global reggae rhythms. Spirit of Love is more than just an album. It is a cultural artifact, a sonic protest, and a spiritual message. It elevated Majek FSHEQ as a voice of the people and established reggae not just as entertainment in Nigeria, but as a force for awareness, resistance, and healing. Its enduring legacy is a reminder that music, like literature, can move a nation, challenge its leaders, and inspire its people. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it's never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part of hip-hop, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, Celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts. Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
Majek Fashek's 1991 album, Spirit of Love, was a groundbreaking success in Nigeria. Earning critical acclaim and resonating deeply with audiences. Produced by Little Steven Van Zandt, the album masterfully blended African spiritualism, percussive rhythms, and protest songs infused with black consciousness. Fashek's distinctive sound, marked by rhythmic pauses, assertive choruses, and the inclusion of talking drums, added to the album's energetic and impactful delivery. And spiritual struggle, reflecting the political and social climate of the time. The success of Spirit of Love, coupled with Fashek's tour alongside Tracy Chapman, cemented his place in the annals of the Nigerian music industry. In this music review and special report prepared by Bayo Olawe, we examined the profile, power, and legacy of Spirit of Love, a 10-track masterpiece that helped solidify reggae music's mainstream status in Nigeria in the early 1990s. The album opens with Beware, a wake-up call that urges Nigerians to remain vigilant against deceptive leaders and the manipulation of political power. The second track, So Long, Too Long, is a rallying cry for Africans and African Americans to awaken their potential and fulfill the dreams of revolutionary icons like Marcus Garvey and Martin Luther King Jr. In Majek Fashek Inner New York, Fashek reflects on his idealized vision of New York and the harsh reality of urban poverty and homelessness, revealing a sobering contrast. The title track, Spirit of Love, conveys a powerful message about the endurance of love over material wealth and worldly desires. On Ja People, the fifth track, Fashek criticizes oppressive political systems, likening those in power to Babylon people who exploit and subjugate the masses. He calls for resistance, lamenting humanity's obsession with control. In Religion is Politics, Fashek delivers a bold message about the misuse of religion to spread hate and fuel conflict. He urges people of different faiths to see beyond dogma and work together to build a better world. Holy Spirit presents a prophetic vision where 7 angels are sent to destroy the earth due to human transgressions. Yet, Fashek envisions a new heaven and earth, one filled with love, unity, and divine justice.
I can see brothers and sisters, they sharing love together now. I can see you around and you hold on. Yes, I can see, yes, I can see, yes, I can see brothers and sisters.
With Send Down the Rain, Majek draws on the metaphor of rain as a reward for diligent effort. The track reflects his spiritual longing and anticipation for success based on the principle of reaping what one sows. I'm Not Tired reaffirms his unwavering commitment to spreading God's message. Here, FSHEQ expresses spiritual resilience and praises the goodness of God, refusing to grow weary. The album closes with I Come From the Ghetto, a powerful reflection on the struggles of ghetto life, child abuse, government neglect, and hardship. Yet, FSHEQ celebrates the strength of these communities, invoking figures like Nelson Mandela, Jesus Christ, and Marcus Garvey as examples of greatness emerging from humble beginnings. He reminds us of the universality of these struggles across Nigeria, the US, and the UK. With Spirit of Love, Majek FSHEQ delivered a masterclass in artistry and advocacy. The album remains one of the finest reggae albums to emerge from Nigeria, exploring themes of love, peace, unity, corruption, self-awareness, revolution, spirituality, and racial equality. The perfect blend of traditional percussion, particularly the gong-gong and electric guitar, gives the album a timeless edge, merging the soul of Africa with global reggae rhythms. Spirit of Love is more than just an album. It is a cultural artifact, a sonic protest, and a spiritual message. It elevated Majek FSHEQ as a voice of the people and established reggae not just as entertainment in Nigeria, but as a force for awareness, resistance, and healing. Its enduring legacy is a reminder that music, like literature, can move a nation, challenge its leaders, and inspire its people. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music, and arts. Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum, where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted to leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Hello and welcome back to Just Africa. Today's topic is Felaboration 2025, celebrating Fela Kuti's legacy through culture, fashion, and youth empowerment. Joining us today to explore the legacy and future of this global phenomenon is King Sobrino I. He is a Director, Corporate and Marketing Communications Felaboration at Freedom Park, and I also have a female artist and songwriter by the name of Gemma Ofili. So glad to have you on Just Africa.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
So, the delectable Gemma sits back. It's always nice. Don't worry.
I would have swift.
Don't even try. That's going to cause a lot of problems. Well, we're talking culture, we're talking music, we're talking art, right? And I like the ensemble that we've got on the table here. So let's dissect this conversation. Celebration has been going on for so many years now. Give us your feedback. What has it been, the experience so far? Let's start with that.
So it's been 87 years of Fela. I mean, on Wednesday, 15th of October 2025 was Fela's 87th year's posthumous birthday.
Okay.
And the celebration, and it's been 28 years of his demise. Then 25 years of celebration. 13 years of celebration at Freedom Park. So it's been celebration of Fela's legacy, music, arts, and all he has fought for, still fighting for in his music, and the philosophy and all of that.
So you guys get to do celebration at the shrine and then at Freedom Park. Is that just to expand the gospel as it were?
Yes, celebration. At the shrine. There was a shrine Fela used to perform.
Yes.
Then after Fela, we have the New Africa Shrine.
Okay.
Yes. So that is the main body of celebration.
Okay.
And celebration is worldwide. So and there is what we call celebration NG. You understand? That's the main body. Then celebration at Freedom Park is also a part of the celebration family. So this is celebration at Freedom Park, and it's been 13 years.
All right. So, how has this festival contributed to preserving Fela Kuti's legacy?
Continuity, consistency. The music still resonates every minute, every second, every part, every time of the day. It resonates with government policies. It resonates with people's yearnings. It resonates with economy, it resonates with education, teacher don't teach me nonsense, policies making, you hardly listen to any of Fela's music without connecting something to the economy or government or education, or policies. Culture, then it even talks about vocation. Carpenter, we know in work, that's vocation, So every aspect of Fela's music, legacy, policies, philosophies, talk about so many things that has to do with
And how has been the perception over the years from fans, well-wishers, youth, and all that?
You know, the funniest thing,
further larger?
the funniest thing about Fela is that while Fela was alive, the kind of traction he has gotten, or he's getting now, wasn't as much as, I mean, he's getting more and better attention, acceptance now, all over the world, than when he was alive. I could remember from the family, from the home, like, you can't listen to Fela's music. How do you want? I'm a musician. I love Fela's music, but my parents won't allow me to do that. But in my mind, I know this man, I shall like him, you understand? But now, a lot of people, and back then, so many people didn't even really understand what he was fighting for. They were only looking at, this guy in a smoker, this guy, he exposes his body, you know, all of that. But they were not paying attention to
the message in his music.
The messages. But now people could resonate, they could understand, oh, these are the things this guy has been, you know, you can imagine songs like International, Tif, International. So people now understand, okay, this is what this man has been saying. So it's, you know.
That's it. Okay, I mean, I like that Fela had this social conscious kind of songs. It's not, like you said, there's always a message in every song. In fact, their storytelling, he was a very, very good storyteller. Now, having artists like him now, there are very, very few, which Africa actually needs more, because the great society is here, down on this continent. We have very, very few people who do the kind of songs that he does. Everybody's talking love now and maybe making money and all that. But how has Felabration helped to continue that kind of his music?
Okay, so this is the thing. Economically, it's very challenging for musicians who are true talents to make the real money.
Okay.
Right? So Felabration has really been of good impact to such musicians' lives, because this is one of the festivals that some certain musicians will be given an opportunity to express, to showcase. Because if you really look at it, there is Afrobeat and there is another Afrobeat with the S. So which many people pay attention to than the real Afrobeat. The real Afrobeat is the combination of highlife, jazz, and reggae.
Okay.
While the other Afrobeat, most likely, you know, it was perceived that the Nigerian music scene take a leap, a cue from the American kind of hip-hop.
Yes.
But if you really look at it, our culture is far different from the American culture or the Western culture, you know, so to speak. So as it is, some of those as musicians like Ame, he plays Afrobeat, AK-47, Akinlabi AK-47, Seun Kuti, Made Kuti, Femi Kuti, you know, Afro Blackish, and many other, Lufemi and Dede Mabiaku, Lufemi, you know, and the Africaners band, FM Plus and Africa Beauty Band. The name is endless. So these people have been able to showcase their skills with a couple of assistants from media promotions. For example, while they're performing their media production, their media houses, organizations like SOUQ News TV, DSTV, you know, multi-choice, showcasing, publicizing on TV, radio interviews. So their body of works are traveling across the world. And some of these people, they might not be known in Nigeria, but they go on tour.
Okay.
They go on tour.
I think I will reserve the question for Jama, because I want to toss her in right now. Because she's an artist, so you're coming from an active participant right now. You're not in the management people who stay behind. Now you're infusing, I'm assuming, because I didn't want to start by asking what genre of music you sing, but I'm assuming that there's a bit of Fela's philosophy in the kind of songs that you sing. Share how you see this persona and then how it has been resonating in your songs.
I have a classical background to start with, which Fela also did. Considering he studied music at Trinity College. But I've expressed differently. In fact, in quote, Afro elements only started showing up more actively in my music by last year. Yes.
And how long have you been doing
the
this?
body of work. I've been actively on the music scene for about 6 years now.
Okay, and just last year?
Just last year, and it's only because I was working with a group of partners, a startup label at the time, before I went back to being independent. So we had a producer on ground who was very Afrobeat focused.
Okay,
yes.
beats.
And so that encouraged me to be more experimental than I had been hitherto. And there's the very first song on that body of work I released in December of last year has an Afrobeat element. Afrobeat, mind you.
Okay. Everybody gets confused, yes, without the S.
Yes. It had an Afrobeat element. So the influence was always innate, but I believe in timing when it comes to music.
Okay.
And some songs just have the time when they're ready to come out. That was when that was
ready to come out, yeah.
You know, I just released a single 2 weeks ago, just under 2 weeks ago. And it's a very difficult song to place genre-wise.
Oh yeah, I was going to ask what genre, what title was it?
Very difficult to place genre-wise. In fact, before now, if someone asked me what kind of music I did, I'd say soul, jazz, R&B with a bit of classical background, because that's already broader than most people, you know.
Yeah.
But I think I'm getting to a point where I might absolutely refuse the labels.
Because
the truth is that we're just musicians.
Okay.
And if you listen to a wide range of music, there is no way elements of all of that music aren't getting into you and coming out differently. So I think that there is something, it had problematic about the need to box people in for tidy, purposes. We do that, we understand it, but we shouldn't always indulge it because it constrains and restrains expression. And that's part of what made Fela the legend that he became. Because at the time that he started creating the kind of music that he was creating, that blend did not exist.
Yes.
He took elements of music that did already exist and created something that was entirely new. But he had to resist the boxes first. So the more we insist on creating these boxes and forcing people into them, the less creativity we'll have. Whatever complaints we're making about the scene, the kind of music we're creating today, that's where it stems from.
So it's even good I didn't ask you what genre of music do you sing, because that allows you to be free.
Yes. So if I might come in now, Afro beats with the S has gone worldwide.
Yes.
Thanks to the likes of Burna Boy and the rest of them, it's gone worldwide. And we have Afro beat. Now, do you feel that Afro beat is taking over the shine or stole the shine of Afrobeat? Because everybody always says it was from Afrobeat, but Afrobeat is different from Afrobeat. So do you think Afrobeat is taking the S, is taking the shine of the Afrobeat?
Without the S.
Where it's supposed to be today, it's not where it is, it's where Afrobeat is right now.
I would not say it's taking the shine. I would say why. It's not taking the shine because there's room. I think that's one of the problems. It's kind of what I said about boxing people in. There's something near problematic about the Nigerian consciousness and how we follow trends. We're herd animals, and we tend to just, this is what's working right now, and everybody just follows it. So that's a cultural attitude that needs to shift, because the West that we're copying has more room. You see the Grammys, you see the wide array
I agree.
of genres. But you come here and everything is Afro beats, which is really more like Afro pop. Would I say it's taking the shine? I can't say it's taking the shine because it's not. Afrobeat never really took that center stage in the first place. Fela was the star. Afrobeat was not. Afrobeat, the genre, never took center stage in this country or globally. the following was really behind Fela because Fela was so charismatic. He was a figure, a legend. He was the shine. He was a star. The genre never was. That genre has never taken center stage in Nigerian history. Look through. Ever. So because it had never taken that shine, there is no way Afrobeats could then take the shine from it.
Yeah. All right, so let me come to you now. This year's Collaboration 2025, the theme is Shakara. Why that name?
You know, from the song Shakara Oloje.
Yeah.
Boba boni Shakara pade, passion to ma fi na e oje lo je, ki lo ti pe Shakara Oloje. So it was from the song, I think 1972. The song an album was released, right? You know. So that's, and every year the celebration team usually take from each of the songs he has released in the past, to name it. You know, that's been underground system. Even at Freedom Park, since we started using underground system, then we continue. No matter what the general theme is, we have a sub-team, the theme, which is underground system. So at Freedom Park, and I think this is the fourth year now. So, I mean, that's the idea about, you know, the usual annual celebration theme. They take from each of the songs that he has recorded in the past.
How has the art part of, not the music now, how has the art and fashion part of celebration taken care of, you know, culture? And people churn out new design outfits and, you know, other than just focusing on the songs. What else? What else has celebration been able to push?
Okay, celebration has been able to push fashion. There is celebration dress Fela competition, which was recently held at Freedom Park. I think the 5th of October. It was prior to that time, the dance competition was held. You know, dance, fashion. Then there is Fela schools debate.
Oh yeah. I think
that is for secondary schools.
Yes.
Then there is Fela the debate, which started on Monday, 13th October. So there are other aspects of celebration, not just the music, because Fela was a musician, but he wasn't only doing music.
He was highly learned. I mean,
someone who has been put to school, he has been registered to school to study medicine. That means he has the capacity to study. His parents would have known that this guy is brilliant. He can study medicine. That's the first thing to understand. So he's not just a musician. He's not a dullard. He's brilliant, right? So then, other aspects of his life were also considered, because there's a way he dresses. They also need to promote that, and you know, that was how the idea of a dress Fela fashion competition came up. Yes. Then the debate, that's Fela's debate, not the school's debate now.
Okay.
They discussed some of the salient issues Fela has sung about. Okay. The economy, the education, the life, the vocation, and all of that. So those are the things that are usually discussed at the
debate.
Then school's debate, we also have
kids do
the same thing, and then dance, because Fela's performances, you always see dancers around the stage. You can remember the Fela Broadway.
Yes.
You know. So that's a lot of things that have been put in place, and it has really impacted our economy, socio-economy, our vocation, our lifestyle. You know, because amidst all of this, job has been created, culture has been promoted. You know, economy has been boosted. About 58.something billion creative economy. I mean, it's been boosted. So celebration per se is a big deal, and it requires so much of support in terms of finance, resources, human capacity, and
I like the way it has influenced a lot of things, but I'm going to come back to Jim. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'd like to see her
Okay, I can see her.
So Gemma, I learned you performed at, was it the last one, yeah?
Yeah, recently she performed on Tuesday.
Okay, so you performed, how was the experience like? I mean, something you've not done before?
I've done it.
Okay, but what's your experience as an artist now in collaboration? How has it been so far since you started until now?
The very first time I performed at Celebration was last year.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure why it never occurred to me to try before last year. Last year was the first time it occurred to me to extend, but I think it's because the expansiveness had started to happen for me on a personal level, digging into that side of my musicality, because I had created that first song I mentioned about months prior. Okay. So I was now paying attention to the Kuti clan. So when Celebration was rolling around, it finally occurred to me to try. And the very first time, it was surreal because I grew up on Fela's music.
Okay.
Now, I do come from a very conservative background, but when it comes to music, for the most part, I think my parents were a bit more expansive. And then I grew up with extended family around. So imagine teenagers stroke young adults bringing their own music tastes, and I was there in the middle of all of it, absorbing from everybody. So I grew up with an eclectic, range when it comes to music. And Fela's music was right there in the middle. So my uncle, my dad's brother, was the one who was always playing Fela's music. I didn't have the capacity to grasp the power of it at the time. I just saw how he responded to it, and it kind of left a mark on me. It was when I became an adult, I went back. You know how it goes. You go back and start looking for the music from your childhood. And so rediscovering Fela as an adult was quite something, I will tell you. Because for one, it was stunning, almost painful, because the issues he was singing about before I was born are still, pertinent today. And it was humorous because his style of storytelling, his ability to ridicule the powers that be at the time, in real time, I found that, I think it's funny, So one of my favorite songs from him, for instance, ODOO, Overtake, Don't Overtake, Overtake. Yeah.
Okay.
I love the song. You said that? You don't know that song?
No, I know I do. I'm not like, okay. I'm not going to do anything.
I love that song. I love to sing it, but I love to listen to it and laugh my head off because it's hilarious. He was telling a really, really sad tale. But his style, you know how do they say it in Yoruba? I know we say it in Igbo. Now, bad thing when it's funny, that tickles. That kind of thing. Yes. So it's kind of like that feeling. It's almost bizarre in how it is funny and sad. And I, as an artist, my musicianship is largely mission-based, first and foremost. Sure. I want to speak about every aspect of life. He knows. Essentially, no topic is off limits for me. The song I said I just released, for instance, is called Innocence.
Okay.
There's a whole thing to go into with that.
Innocence, not innocent.
No, not Idibia.
Now, looking at Fela's type of music.
Yes.
First of all, what style of music or elements that he used that you find fascinating that you might want to incorporate in your own music?
What style? Gosh, there are many different elements. For instance, recently, I found myself a bit fascinated by the horns. Yeah, before now, I wasn't big on horns. Yeah, I was big on keys and strings because I was coming from a very soft easing into expression. I got a bit bolder within the last 1 year plus, and with that boldness comes a better appreciation for some brass. And his brass elements, horn elements, I'm fascinated with that, and I'm hoping to see how it unfolds in my music while I still retain my natural subtlety. Another element is length. So when I started doing my music, my songs were between 3 minutes and 5 minutes plus. And that, I'm talking about 5 years ago. That was when I released my first EP. That was when internet culture had blown up, especially because of COVID. People were listening to 1 minute, 2 minute songs, and then I was playing 5 minute songs, and they were not even dance songs. They were contemplative music. And I got a lot of feedback that had me almost shrinking into myself for a moment there. So this, my last body of work, I think the highest the longest song I had was not up to 4 minutes.
So you want to make
I
it
think I had a
15?
2-minute plus song even. Now I'm going right back to where I'm coming from because the more I've gotten into exploring Fela, the more I've been able to respect my own self. I was saying to Uncle Kunle, that's Fela Kuti's son, at Calcutta Museum. I was talking with him and I was asking him what it was like, watching his father create all of these things. And I said there was no way that wouldn't have impacted his sense of self. Because I think it takes a great deal of self-respect to ignore all convention and create your music as you like, as long as you like. This man would play different instruments for minutes, no words.
I agree.
Expressing himself as he felt. Even then, even in his time, they were not creating songs 8 to 9 minutes. Who was doing that?
Except
he
for
had
King
enough,
Sunny Ade.
Yes, he had enough self-respect, enough confidence to create as he felt it. And that's one of the biggest things I'm taking back with me into my art.
All right, thank you.
Self-respect.
So coming to you now, let's look at the business part of this collaboration.
Yeah.
Right.
I know the turnout is massive, but what other opportunities for people who want to collaborate? Maybe food vendors, fashion designers, upcoming creatives. What business opportunities are open for them if they want to partner with collaboration?
Yeah, the floor. There's an open window. Vendors, partners, sponsors, media partners, corporate organizations, individual supports, donation. I can give you your account right away. So if you like to put some money, into the account, we have an open window.
Okay.
So
you allow people, they just reach out to you that they want to showcase their stuff and then.
Yes. So
what's the array like of artists that you have? How many of them are going to feature or have been featuring? Because it's been a week-long thing.
Yes.
How many artists have you had?
The minimum of artists for lineups that we usually have at collaboration, let me say minimum of 8 or 7 or 8. Well, this year, from Monday till Wednesday, we had 5 each. That is 5 per day.
5 per day?
Yes. Then from Thursday, yesterday, we had 8. Then today, we're having about 8. Then Saturday, Sunday, about 8, 9, 10. And we also have a curated event for the Gen Z zone on our amphitheater of Freedom Park. So from Monday we had Ruth Mahogany and our cohorts, spoken words and poetry, music performances, acoustic session and all of that. Tuesday we had an open mic, League of Artists that performed, and then Wednesday we had Downtown Radio. It's a league of young guys, they had their live music and all of that. Then Thursday, yesterday, we had MOP and Spiritual Sounds Entertainment. Then today we shall be having the Green Camp. It's a group of young guys as well. So they shall be having their, their show tonight on the amphitheater stage. Then tomorrow we have Artist Managers Association in Nigeria, AMAN, headed by Don Jazzy's father.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So on the main stage and the food court stage, tonight we shall be having Akinlabi, AK-47. He plays Afro beats. Shall be having Seun Kuti.
The big band.
Yeah, the
it's
big
gonna
band.
It's gonna be here.
Yes, it's gonna be. Then we shall be having tonight Wale Jesu Tomi. He's a fantastic bass player, an entertainer on the bass. I don't think any of you should miss it. So you should be there. So, and the likes of other
wait, hang on. But whatever is happening at the Freedom Park, is it another array of artists that is performing at the show?
Yes, we have similar artists. Like some of these people that I've mentioned, they have days they also perform at the shrine.
Okay.
Then but we ensure that we don't fix them on the same day, except we can't avoid it. Because like Gemma on Tuesday, after performing at Freedom Park, she had to quickly run to the Africa Shrine.
I was calculating logistics and how you have to move artists, or do you have to do virtual? When the person is performing here, and they are doing the virtual thing, so as people like, already, I'm not going to miss out on it. But I mean, I like the logistics of it, but I can already imagine how much hustle you guys have to put through organizing something like this, even though it's a yearly event. But the fact that it takes days, like in an entire week, you have to also plan for logistics, where they're going to stay, how they're going to move. What I don't imagine how it is for you.
So this year, to God be the glory, we have a bit of support from Johnny Walker. You know, Providence Bank is also trying to do something. Then, you know, media partners, you know, to ensure that, okay, this is the little way we can come in instead of spending too much on media and publicity. You know, SOUQ News TV, the Isle Radio, the Isle FM, and some other stations. You know, Radio Now, Crew Wazobia Info, STV, and all of that. So they are also supporting the media. Then we have the likes of Voice It, Shimas, Total Consult. You know,
I mean,
yes,
it's great. I mean, I like, like I said, I like the fact that this thing has stayed consistent for, I mean, over 25 years. I mean, I'm 25-year-old right now in school, probably like graduated.
Yes, of course.
So that's a big thing. But I like the fact that platforms like this exist, and then I see what people already do. You're catching them young from even secondary school, from the debates, using them to be enlightened, stay informed. I also like the fact where you say stay true to yourself, because if you, like you said, you have to go back to remember, oh, once upon a time I used to do lengthy songs that make sense. And I find that you're discovering yourself, and I'm sure it's a message for younger people who want to see that you don't have to change who you are to fit into the world. You can just be you, and then, you know, create that your own culture. I for one, if there's anything I want to take from Fela himself, apart from his dressing, by the way, I wish I could dress like him. He doesn't have one, but I do. But it's his magnificence with the flute, and then the way he choreographs his own band.
Yes.
I don't even that skill. How many artists can you see spend like 5-10 minutes and you're telling the keyboardist
what to play and coordinating the band?
That's my answer.
All right, so last question for me. How do you see this going beyond the borders of Nigeria into Africa? I mean, let's replicate collaboration in Ghana, Ethiopia, South Africa, and the rest of it. Do you see that, you know, happening soon?
Very sure. So let me inform you. There are musicians from across the world who come to Nigeria to perform. Yes. Last night we had, what's her name? Sonia Amy, we had J-Boy. Then tonight we shall be having Madam Gandhi. She's US and India.
Okay.
Then Ezra Collective from the UK. Who else? Kalakuta Mentality from Europe, you know. We used to have a singer from Botswana. Okay. You know, so many musicians. We used to have was it Africa Rebel or something? A group of military band. They used to come to Nigeria from Europe, and that's how a lot of people reach out to. They do it willingly. They just want to come.
So they take back the culture to where it is.
Yes. And they play clean Afrobeats. Like,
okay.
All right. Thank you very much, King Sobrino the First, and also thank you very much, Jerma, for gracing Just Africa. So glad you guys were here, and of course, we expect to see you again, definitely.
Oh,
sure.
Fingers crossed.
All right. So King Sobrino the First is a director, corporate and market communications collaboration at Freedom Park, and Jerma Ofili is a singer and songwriter. Today's conversation shows that African culture is more than heritage. It is a catalyst for creativity, enterprise, and youth leadership. Collaboration 2025 proves how fashion, music, and civic engagement can inspire a new generation to honor tradition while driving innovation. Culture is Africa's strategic asset, a pathway to identity, opportunity, and growth. This is Just Africa, celebrating heritage, empowering youth, and shaping the continent's creative future. We'll go on a short break and we'll come back. Stay tuned.
Fellow Nigerians, Did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Honor of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa (UBA), demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marcy Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Eco Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eco-Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing
Welcome back to Just Africa. Yes, this is the program that celebrates culture, cultural heart, and powerful narratives shaping our continent. We just had a couple of people, Sabrino the First, and of course Gemma, talking about Felaboration 2025. And you know, I like how Gemma talked about the Afrobeat music.
You could tell the excitement in her voice. You know, like it's like somebody who you've lost something, and all of a sudden you now found it.
Yes.
Right? She's like rediscovering herself. There was a part when she was talking. Oh, I remember when I started my music, I used to do 5 minutes, and then during that COVID period, everybody sit and listen to 2-minute songs. And then I had to now begin to do what every other person is doing until I now got back into this collaboration thing, and I started raising my consciousness again to discover myself. I mean, you can imagine the impact of a person who is Fela Bami Oda himself, and then his culture, his ways of life, his songs, how it is impacting generations after he has gone. It's been 28 years, the man. I didn't even know it was that long. But I take the analogy, like somebody who is 25 years since celebration started, excluding the 3 years since it passed. It's 25-year-olds have, I assumed, to have finished secondary university.
Yes.
Right? Now, that is reshaping an entire generation, which Fela did while he was alive, and then continued again after he died. I was still discussing with one of our anchors downstairs. I said, on my sojourn to the office one of those days, the bus I was in was playing a Fela song. I was in there, and the song was just playing like every other song that would air over the on the radio waves. But I was listening to what the man was saying, and in my head I'm like, how come I was not paying attention when I first heard this song before? And I was smiling in the bus because the message kept resonating, and then I was like, how is this man telling these stories so accurately? He was saying something around, even if the police, even if the government comes for me, I have all the evidence. If you come, I will give you all the stories. I'm like, so that's why even he himself, we know he was vastly read. And he's a cousin to Wale Soyinka, so he's vastly read. Now and then you see how much investment his intelligence goes into the kind of songs I sing. I mean, no, it's very, very interesting.
You know, looking back at Fela's songs, one of the songs I actually enjoyed was Monday Morning in Lagos. It's a very beautiful song. It talks about the events that happened in Lagos. He said it started in Yoruba, but the translation meant that on a Monday morning in Lagos, there's no nonsense. You know, all that partying, all that celebration that happened over the weekend.
Over the weekend, and it ends. Once it's
Monday starts with a very serious look, and everybody's hustling and bustling. There's no buying on credit.
No.
There's nothing. Lagos is no nonsense. That's what the music is about. And I like listening to it on a Monday morning. It gives me that Monday morning vibe.
Motivation to come to work.
Motivation to come to work that, you know, this is serious business.
Yes.
Monday is serious. Everybody is serious. Maybe by Wednesday, Thursday, we can all relax. But, you know, these are songs that, you know, has resonated over the years. And it's quite beautiful how most of his songs are still resonating till now.
Till now. Yes. There's something that always... It's good to have an identity, right? Pick up a fella album, anyone, and he starts a song. You will not hear his voice in the first few minutes.
Almost 34 minutes.
That's like when she was saying fella is like a potpourri of different sounds. If you're a jazz lover, you want to listen to the intro of fella because he's got these different sounds playing and then he's just going in. There was one particular song, I can't remember the title, but like 5-10 minutes, it was just instruments that were and he still sang in that same song.
Yes, he did.
But he was just playing instruments. Okay, not him, the entire band. But if you watch his live performances, another thing you also notice is how he's telling these particular people to play. If you are going off key, he knows.
He knows, yes.
And like he just gives you a sign, and then he's moving his leg, and it looks like he's dancing, but he's actually passing the message to his crew. Like, no, this particular one is going off, this one is doing this, and then he knows how to captivate his audience. That's why when he brings his dancers to come in, and then they're doing that thing all painted up, all dressing in a kind of way, you would know that this man understands his craft. He's not just coming to entertain you. He wants you to relive this experience. That is that if you go to a fella live concert, and I don't have, I'm fortunate, like I couldn't attend. This is fortunate, unfortunately. In this context, I don't even know. It depends on where you. But I couldn't attend any of fella's live performances. But the videos I get to see, my God, like the energy, the time, to put this together. No, he was a complete artist. He was a complete person. Especially whatever stories they want to tell about his personal life. That one cannot take away the shine from who he is as an enigma. And fella Anikulakbo, you take your flowers.
And one of the things I like about him is his resilience. For someone who was imprisoned and he came back to still do music, talking about the same thing he has.
You know what they say?
Prison.
You know what they say? Somebody has coconut head. It's a very good definition of it. When they went to raid his house, because I think he told the story in one of his songs, and then that was when he says the military threw his mother out of the window. You're not going to argue with him. Just stay with the flow. Now he comes and he says, you people come and carry your dead body that you left. He's talking about his mother. And then this government has killed his mother. Oh, they have come for him. And at that time, you'll be looking like, who is I'm already assuming. At that time, people will be like, this guy is a nuisance. Like, who is this person that he doesn't even have respect for whoever it is that he's talking to? If he wants to shade you, he will shade you. There was one of the songs that he was calling out people's names. Yes. Or like now when you want to say something and somebody say, be careful for defamation and something slander and all that. This man will call your name, he will say this, and you will like, even you in the house will be like, I should have actually, even if you didn't do it, you were like, you should I didn't even do it. Because the way he will string the narrative, I'm sure even media houses don't write stories like that.
And it was not just government. Fela had,
issues. Oh yes.
He had issues with other prominent people. I mean, you need to go and read the story of what happened between Fela and Moshood Abiola. It's quite a funny and interesting one. Know, and it's one of the things that it should influence today, the youth of today, how to stand tall in the face of oppression, how to stand tall in the face of so many things. But Fela's activism was way beyond normal. He spoke about the truth, even in the face of fear, death, or whatever was thrown at him.
Yeah.
And I like the fact that, year in, year out, we are celebrating his legacy. It has not died. And his music is what has now transcended, has been refined into something else called Afrobeat, which has now gone global, has gone viral. you know, it all shows that this man was a legend even while living.
Well, it was. I like I said, when you see every year it's the culture continues and then the system continues, it also shows that there's a conscious effort to make sure generations that are coming realize that it's not just about Fela now. It's about the fight. The fact that he wanted to push, be socially conscious, be politically conscious. There was one he was talking about, nobody wants to die. Everybody wants to go to heaven. You are saying, no, you want this, but nobody wants to die. Because you will say you have a daughter, or you have a child somewhere, you have a wife somewhere. He's trying to tell you, look, sometimes when things push comes to shove, you leave whatever it is that you want to call hindrances and face the issue squarely. Sometimes when you sit down, because, I mean, one of the things that pervades right now in our social, political conversations is bigotry, nepotism, right? It does not mean that back in the days they didn't have it.
Yes.
But through his own music, he was fighting these social constructs that we had. The question you now ask is, artists of today, which many people resonate with, you see them with plenty of followers, you say, oh, you have too many streams of your songs. How many of your songs are touching these nitty-gritty issues that we have around us? How many of you are talking about, because you will see, you go on social media, because sometimes when you try to relax and then you visit these places, you see the toxicity. A lot of people are saying, oh, this particular tribe is this particular tribe, or this people and then you want progress. How about these same musicians who have this plenty following, sit back and use their songs to try to unite us. Yes. Use your songs to tell the stories that are happening. Spotlight whatever it is. I think it was the FCT minister yesterday who said one of the recent roles that they did, their attention was called to it by a civilian who just, you know, and he was happy that the man was also there. It essentially means sometimes they listen. If you bring these things out, people listen. See a problem, say it, so that at least those who are responsible to fix them, rather than you stay in one place and you complain, call these things out, call people out. That is part of our civic responsibility. I like the fact that with the celebration, is also not just the art, the entertainment, the music, there's this social consciousness that they need to re-engineer us with. And then, if we go on this trajectory, we'll get more people and more development in the society.
All right, so this is where we will draw the curtains for Just Africa today. Big thanks for everyone who tuned in, who watched from Monday to Friday. Big special thanks to every person who made sure Just Africa was a success this week. It takes a village to build Just Africa, to make Just Africa a success. So starting from the cinematographers, the audio technicians, the vision mixers, everyone, even down to the person who was prompted, everybody who made sure that this show is a success. Big thanks to you. But the bigger thanks is to you watching us, staying through to us, dropping your comments, dropping your likes, sharing all our social media posts. Big thanks to you. Let's do this again next week. I am Olumide Shokoya. We would also be going live for the 2025 IMF plenary meeting, which is holding shortly. I am Olumide Shokoya. I'll see you soon.
And I am Emmanuel Ambolo. It was nice having us have this conversation around celebration. Stay till next week. We'll see you again.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission (ICPC) with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa (CDD).
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemiWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the SOUQ Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative (ACI) must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi reporting for SOUQ News.
The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Offences-Related Commission (ICPC) convened a one-day capacity-building workshop in Lagos aimed at strengthening accountability, transparency, and integrity across Nigeria's local government councils. Held under the theme, The Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption, the workshop was jointly organized in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Justice, Fiscal Responsibility Commission, Bureau of Public Procurement, Code of Conduct Bureau, and the Center for Fiscal Transparency and Public Integrity, with support from the EU-funded Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption Program. The initiative was designed in response to the recent judicial pronouncement reaffirming local government as an independent tier of government.
Progress. Over the decades, we've helped guide a changing world through new frontiers of economic development, growth, progress, and prosperity. We are a firm foundation, a source of stability and insight, providing analysis and advice, capacity development, and lending. And we are partners, unlocking the potential inherent in everyone, unleashing entrepreneurship and strengthening institutions, so everyone thrives. And through the years, we changed, adapting to new realities, to help our members navigate shifting currents. In times of change, we will innovate and lead and create possibilities for everyone. So that change becomes progress.
Let me speak in Portuguese. Declaro.
I call to order our session. Governors, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to call to order the annual meetings of the Board of Governors of the World Bank Group and of the International Monetary Fund for 2025. I welcome the governors representing our member countries. On behalf of all participants, I should like to extend, through the Governor of the United States, our deep appreciation to the people of the United States for their warm welcome and gracious hospitality. It is customary in these meetings for the chair to address the governors, and I shall proceed in this way. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, honorable governors, distinguished colleagues, it is for me an honor to welcome you to the annual meeting of the Board of Governors of the World Bank Group and the International Monetary Fund. Together, we're stronger. Together, we will make the impossible possible. We can make a peaceful planet livable and a world free from poverty. It is our duty. My greetings to the President of the World Bank, A.J. Banga, and to the Managing Director of the IMF, Kristalina Georgieva. The partnership between those two institutions has been of strategic importance, including for my country, Cabo Verde. We are an upper middle income country, enjoying macroeconomic stability and inclusive growth. It is our aim to become a high-income country. We want to become a developed country. in 1975, when we became independent, it looked impossible. Cabo Verde now has become a country of ambition. We managed to qualify for the World Cup for the very first time, the second smallest country in the world to achieve this feat. Thank you. We demonstrated once again that we may be small, but we can also be ambitious and think big. Yes, anything is possible for a continent as well. Africa has enough resources to build a glorious future. We have energy, water, arable land. We have young people, women, and a diverse climates and ecosystems. It will all come together through good governance and leadership. We will work every day to create employment with dignified jobs and opportunities for everyone while building resilience. In August, a devastating tropical storm swept through the northern islands of Cabo Verde, making it very difficult for the communities there. And I want to express our deepest gratitude to the international community, to the World Bank and the IMF for the strong support. That tragedy highlighted the need for climate governance and the importance of advisory support and broad technical assistance from the fund and the bank to enable us to create stronger buffers to face those emergencies. This underscores the need to invest in resilience so we can be prepared for the next shock and to proactively plan for unforeseen events. For Cabo Verde, as well as for many other nations, economic diversification is need to open growth and to improve resilience against shocks and to create jobs. This is the best way to lift people out of poverty. The road to diversification and economic integration require substantial investment. The World Bank Group, the IMF are working with us, bringing us not only financing, but also knowledge, innovation, cooperation, diversification beyond tourism and agriculture. So we have a greener agriculture that is bluer, that is smarter, a digital economy that's more inclusive. It's not just a growth strategy. It is vital for us to survive. The private sector should be at the center of this transformation. And I wish to commend the World Bank Group for its efforts to unleash the potential of the private equity to create jobs. If growth is to be private sector driven, we will need instruments adapted to our economic and business sector profiles. We will need financial stability, strong institutions, resilient institutions, sound policies that will allow our enterprises to prosper, innovate, and drive prosperity for the country as a whole. Debt sustainability is a growing challenge for us. We must reduce the high charges to promote better borrowing practices and pave the way for timely and predictable debt restructuring. For decades, the World Bank Group and the IMF have been working together to help member countries to tackle their debt sustainability challenges. We have to make it more transparent. We have to support sound economic policies and offer financing on favorable terms. The Bretton Woods institutions are at the center of the multilateral system. It is up to us to help the IMF and the World Bank by resourcing them with capital. This is the only way they can enhance the assistance they provide us with greater scale, speed, and impact. It is our duty because together we're stronger. We're united for a livable, peaceful planet and a world free from poverty. Nobody can be left behind. Come rain or shine, with vision, optimism, and confidence, scaling up our interventions with greater speed and impact will build a better world for all. Thank you.
Vou agora dar a palavra ao presidente.
At this time, I would like to call on the President of the World Bank, Mr. Banga, to address the governors. You have the floor, sir.
Good morning, everybody. And Deputy Prime Minister Correa, thank you so much for your effort to help us with chairing this plenary. And Kristalina, I am so glad to be celebrating our partnership once again. The recent events in Syria and Gaza give us reason to hope that peace is possible wherever conflict exists. The Democratic Republic of Congo, Sudan, Ukraine, Yemen, and beyond are also those that we have to keep an eye on. As we hope for peace, you have to also prepare for it. And in that pursuit, we have convened expert groups to plan for the reconstruction in Gaza and in Ukraine. We're drawing on regional specialists from both the public and private sectors. The Gaza group started a year ago. Their work is now being actively shared with the partners in the region who are working for the next steps there. Reconstruction is an essential part of our mandate, a service we stand ready to deliver wherever and whenever it's needed and to the best of our ability. But at the same time, as an institution of development, we have got to keep our eye on the idea of conflict prevention. Alongside rebuilding what has been lost, we have to focus on creating the conditions for opportunity, the conditions for stability, because that is what motivates our actions and our decisions today. We are living through one of the most terrifically huge demographic shifts in human history. By 2050, more than 85% of the world's population will live in countries that we call developing today. In just the next 10 to 15 years, 1.2 billion young people will enter the workforce. The estimates we have are they'll be vying for about 400 billion jobs. That's a large gap. The numbers are the numbers. It's the magnitude that we're talking about. So let me express that urgency in a different way. 4 young people will step into the global workforce every second over the next decade. In the time it takes to finish my delivering these remarks, tens of thousands will cross that threshold, full of ambition, full of the desire for opportunity. The pace of population growth is the most staggering in Africa, which will be home to 1 in 4 people by 2050. Between now and then, estimates suggest Zambia will add 700,000 people every year. Mozambique's population will double, while Nigeria will swell by about 130 million people, firmly establishing itself as one of the most populous nations in the world. These young people, their energy, their ideas, they will define the next century. With the right investments, focused not on need, but on opportunity, we can unlock a very powerful engine of global growth for all of us. On the other hand, without purposeful effort, their optimism risks turning into despair, fueling instability, unrest, and mass migration, with implications for every region and every single economy. And that is why, like we did in the prior meetings, the pivot to jobs. Jobs must be the focus, the center of any development, economic or national security strategy. Generating growth, which enables an environment for jobs, that has to be center. So the point is, what do we mean by a job? It can mean working for a company, advancing through it to higher levels, or it can be that you're employed at a small business, but it could also mean that you're starting out on your own as an entrepreneur. I'm losing the in a loose fashion, but the idea is the chance for dignity, the chance for earning. It's more than a paycheck, huh? It's what allows both women and men to pursue their aspirations. It is purpose, it is dignity, it is hope, it is optimism. It is the anchor that holds families steady. It is the glue that keeps societies together. It is the straightest line to stability. And it is the best progress because once you achieve it, it is very hard to reverse. And that is why we have reframed what we do, how we measure it, how we deliver it around this reality. Over the past 2 years, we have worked to move with more speed, with simplicity and substance. Average project approval times have been cut from 19 months to 12. Some projects are now approved in less than 30 days. We have consolidated our leadership in 40 country offices. We're giving clients a single point of contact. By June next year, every country will have that structure. Our knowledge bank is being combined across the group. It is focused on replicating solutions at scale. It's what I call stealing shamelessly. It's a good thing to steal ideas that work and take it to other places and scale them. While unifying corporate services is also happening, with services like budgeting, human resources, procurement, and real estate being brought together. 153 internal metrics have been replaced by a corporate scorecard with 22 outcome indicators, publicly seen on the web. Through new instruments and optimization, we've expanded financial capacity by about 100 billion, thanks to the generosity of many countries in this room. The MDB co-financing platform has grown a pipeline of 175 projects. Of those, 22 are financed, that's 23 billion. This was launched just a year ago. We've established a full mutual alliance framework with the Asian Development Bank. What that really means is you're sort of reducing duplication for clients. And now we're working to expand this to the other partners. We've got something going with the EBRD. We're working on the IDB and so on. And we're developing an IFC 2030 strategy to strengthen private capital mobilization. The point of all this is that these reforms are the foundation. The mission is to get jobs. Most jobs, nearly 90%, ultimately come from the private sector. They don't all begin there, but that's where they ultimately come from. Countries move along a continuum. Early on, the public sector drives job creation. Over time, private capital and entrepreneurship will take the lead. But the private sector, whether it's large or small, local or global, they cannot do it alone. Entrepreneurs need the right conditions to start, to grow, to hire. Those don't happen by accident. And that is where we think we can bring something unique through our three-pillar strategy. The first, governments lead, often with input from the private sector, to build the human and physical infrastructure that underpins opportunity. It is roads, ports, electricity, digitization, education, skilling, healthcare. Our public arms, IBRD and IDA, finance these investments. They help countries use resources effectively and help to establish public-private partnerships. Second, a business environment with clear rules, a level playing field, and sound economic management. That means secure land rights, predictable taxes, transparent institutions, and so on, as well as responsible debt management and exchange rate policies. We support these reforms alongside the IMF through our knowledge bank using policy tools and performance-based financing. Third, once the basics are in place, we help the private sector scale and reward risk-taking through IFC and MEGA, providing capital, equity, guarantees, and political risk insurance, all that backed up by ICSID for the settlement of investor disputes with sovereigns. That's the range of things we can provide in one shop, but then we have to be one shop. And this continuum of foundation, policy, and capital is how we translate ambition into jobs. It's how we move from potential to paychecks in people's bank accounts. We have identified 5 sectors with the potential to create these jobs in these countries: infrastructure and energy, agribusiness, healthcare, tourism, and value-added manufacturing, including the crucial minerals we all need for our energy and digital transitions. The important thing is these are not aid-dependent sectors. They're engines of growth. They're capable of generating locally relevant jobs without replacing work from developed economies as the principal way of growing. That is not what we're trying to do. Create locally relevant jobs. And they help build the middle class that will fuel tomorrow's global demand, including goods and services from the developed world. Over the past 2 years, we've launched a set of strategic initiatives across many of these sectors I just spoke about. These are not siloed plans. There is a method to the madness. They reinforce one another, and they bring together the full benefit of the World Bank Group alongside our partners, because we're going to have to all work in concert to deliver results at scale. Our electricity strategy focuses on accessibility, affordability, and reliability, while providing and managing emissions responsibly. It powers Mission 300, our effort to connect 300 million Africans to electricity by 2030 with the African Development Bank. Countries have the flexibility to choose what fits their needs, what fits their context, whether they're upgrading a grid or they're installing wind, solar, hydro, gas, and geothermal. We've also begun the work in partnership with the IAEA to offer nuclear support for the first time in decades. The goal is, remember, enough power to drive productivity for people and businesses. We set a goal to help deliver healthcare for 1.5 billion people. This December, we will bring together governments, investors, and innovators at a summit in Tokyo with the government of Japan and the WHO to drive this agenda forward. Indonesia is already leading the way. It's committing to provide every citizen with an annual primary care visit on their birthday. Very simple, but very powerful idea. An approach that could reshape the future of healthcare for 300 million people. Through AgriConnect, which we've just put forward and launched in this annual meeting, we're helping smallholder farmers move from subsistence to surplus. We're building an ecosystem around cooperatives that integrates financing for farmers and SMEs, links producers to markets, and harnesses digital tools like small AI. It's underpinned by a pledge to double our financing to $9 billion a year and mobilize an additional $5 billion from the private sector. And just recently, with our board's help, we are finalizing a minerals and mining strategy to help countries move beyond raw extraction into processing and one-day regional manufacturing so that more value and more jobs stay local. We expect to share this strategy in the coming months and move forward with that as one of the next big initiatives. So how do we make all this real? Our day-to-day life is we begin with a single country partnership framework across the World Bank Group that is developed with the country's leadership and our subject matter experts. So the countries own this. We're trying to make it as simple as possible. It's meant to be 5 pages. I don't mean 5. It could be 6 or 7, but not 50. If the leadership of the country will not read that country partnership framework and understand it and embrace it, and instead give it to someone else to write an executive summary, we should write the executive summary ourselves for them, because we owe it to them. Each framework is a long-term strategic plan that utilizes the full capacity of IDA, IBRD, IFC, MEGA, and ICSID around a focused set of priorities, tailored to that country's unique needs, tailored to its ambitions. So in a country, it might mean an end-to-end mineral value chain. In another, it could be tourism rooted in nature and culture, perhaps stronger health systems that heal and employ, or agribusiness ecosystems that lift smallholder farmers. The path is tailored, but the fundamentals are shared. Build infrastructure, set clear, predictable rules of governance, and support private investment, because that last one is where the jobs will come from. To each scale and free up our balance sheet for the toughest challenges, we have to unlock the full power of that private sector. It's technology, it's innovation, it's capital. And that's why we are breaking down barriers to investment and creating conditions where private capital can deliver developmental impact. We're advancing that roadmap that the Private Sector Investment Lab provided. We're deploying tools and practical solutions across the institution, the first one being regulatory clarity, first deployed through Mission 300, with more applications underway, and our redesigned knowledge bank will carry that work forward at full pace. Guarantees, now managed centrally by MEGA and growing well. The idea is to triple the business by 2030. In one prior meeting, I said that Hiroshi is wrong and we will, and I think I will be proven right that he was wrong and I was right, but we will see. Foreign exchange solutions with the IMF, and Christina, your team is helpful on so many of these things, and it helps enormously that you were in the bank so you understand us well. With the IMF, we're developing local capital markets in 20 countries. While the IFC has reached 1/3 of its lending in local currency, the goal is to hit 40% by 2030. Junior equity, again, this is the IFC has done this. We have launched the Frontier Opportunities Fund, seeded by IFC's net income, but it needs additional contributions from philanthropy and governments, but perhaps most transformational, an originate to distribute model, bundling assets into investable products to bring institutional capital into emerging markets at scale. And that effort is being led by the former Standard & Poor's CEO, Doug Peterson, who's helping us out with this. And just weeks ago, we completed our first transaction, packaging $500 million of IFC loans into rated securities, strong demand. The next challenge is supply. So we're building a sustained pipeline across the bank and working with partners in the EBRD and other multilateral development banks to see if we can create the right numbers for the institutional investor. Each step lowers risk. It boosts confidence. It helps meet private capital halfway. But capital will not come without a strong foundation from the start. And that is why we have to focus on doing development right. Resilient, fiscally sound, rooted in trust, and built to last. What we call smart development. Many countries today are trying to grow, create jobs, and lift people out of poverty while facing droughts, storms, and floods, often on shaky fiscal ground, eroded by debt, weakened by corruption, or deprived of the resources needed to move forward. Smart development essentially says you build physical resilience and institutional strength as you go along. That's what our clients are asking for. That demand is reshaping our work. You can see the shift in the numbers. Last year, 48% of our financing qualified as having climate co-benefits under the way the shared MDB methodology works, which actually exceeded our own expectations. So within that, resilience made up 43% of the public sector portfolio, up from 1/3 a couple of years ago. Let me take a minute to explain what co-benefit formula is, what the heck is this thing, and why client demand is driving these results. So when we build a road that connects a pharmaceutical manufacturer to a market, it is built of quality to withstand floods and doesn't have to be rebuilt. That is counted. When we build a school or skills incubator with insulation and reflective roofs, so extreme heat or cold doesn't impact learning, that is counted in climate co-benefits. When we help a farmer access drought-resistant seeds and drip irrigation to increase crop yields, profits, and guard against dry periods, that is counted. And if we build a corridor that transports goods via train instead of truck, something we're all working hard to do, for example, in the Lobito corridor, but also other opportunities in Africa, which makes freight move faster and cheaper, that is counted. Smart development is lasting development. The same demand is reshaping our work on institutions and public finance. More countries are asking for help to strengthen core systems. We're trying. We're launching a new generation of public finance reviews. The idea is to help governments redirect spending to high-impact priorities. 14 are completed, 22 more are expected soon. Again, the IMF is very helpful with this. Helping to manage liquidity risks before they escalate, IDA net flows have reached $21 billion in the last fiscal year, up from $12 billion 3 years ago. We're deploying debt for development tools to ease burdens, free up resources. We started with Côte d'Ivoire. Now we have 9 similar transactions in the pipeline, but really, truly, we have an appetite to do more. And we're working very closely with people like the IMF to accelerate debt restructuring under the G20 Common Framework, while also advancing domestic revenue reforms, expanding financing, and supporting liability management. But to me, the most important topic here is we have to keep improving transparency by expanding the debtor reporting system to all G20 countries. We have to give all parties greater clarity and confidence. You cannot fix something which you don't know the amount of. And as desire grows for tools that build trust, we're responding. Helping governments to fight corruption with data-driven tools, digital IDs linked to assets, better fraud detection, and AI that connects tax, property, and identity data. Over the past decade, we have supported 120 governments in this effort. We are currently working with 26 more to target corruption and illicit financial flows. And because even the best systems need capable stewards, our Knowledge Academy is equipping public servants to lead reform. More than 200 senior officials have already completed training. 6 new tracks are launching in that academy in the coming weeks and months. So now we're beginning to see what's possible. In just 2 years, our annual financing has grown from $107 billion to $119 billion. Private capital mobilization has risen from $47 billion to $67 billion. Total commitments, including private capital mobilization, are now at $186 billion. And we raised another $79 billion from private investors through bond issuances. That scale is translating into real impact. Since launching the new World Bank Group Scorecard in 2024, let me give you a few numbers. We've helped 20 million farmers access technology, inputs, and markets. 60 million people have been connected to electricity. 70 million people have got an education to develop a skill. And 300 million experience quality health and nutritional services. They're not just larger numbers. What they reflect is clear, sharp focus and a shift in the mindset of all the terrific people in the World Bank Group. It treats development not as charity, but as strategy. It sees jobs not as a side effect, but as the outcome of development done right. Because when we focus on jobs, we are not turning away from healthcare, from infrastructure, from education or energy. We are helping economies grow so we can create the jobs by doubling down on those very things like healthcare and education and energy and infrastructure. A job is what happens when a school leads to a skill, when a road leads to a market, when a clinic keeps someone healthy enough to work, when energy powers a business. That's what a job is. That is how our efforts come together. That is how we turn investment into impact. And that is how we deliver what people most want, what they need the most, and what they deserve the most. A job, a chance, a future, and dignity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Banga, for that inspiring speech. At this time, I would like to call on the Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund, Madam Georgieva, to address the governors. You have the floor, ma'am.
Deputy Prime Minister Olavo Correa, thank you. And may my future travels take me to the beautiful shores of Cabo Verde and the soulful melodies of Cesaria Evora, or perhaps even to a football victory chant. Congratulations to your national team for qualifying for the World Cup for the first time in your country's history. Dear Ajay, I cannot think of a better partner to have at the bank than you. Thank you for your remarks, and thank you for your total and tireless focus on jobs. As you point out, Ajay, the world confronts a great demographic divide. Let's look at the world map. First, we see a set of countries grappling with aging and shrinking populations. Then a group in the middle, and finally, a large section of Africa, parts of the Middle East and Central Asia, where population growth is surging, as is the youthful workforce. All of these countries are our membership. And to all of you, a very warm welcome. And let me state upfront that any analysis I may share with you today reflects the collective wisdom of the IMF's talented and dedicated team coming from 172 countries. All IMF management and staff in this room, please stand and be recognized. From our brand new first Deputy Managing Director, Dan Katz, to the rest of the senior management team, to all. Thank you. Since we last met here in this big hall on October 25, 2024, uncertainty has shot up. Yet, global sentiment is holding. In other words, we have a mix of anxiety and resilience. Today, I would like to reflect on both. First, the anxiety. From technology to geopolitics to climate to trade, change is unsettling. The world trading system that delivered so much for so many is being shaken to its core for many reasons, including because the playing field wasn't truly level and the people left behind received too little help in retooling for new and better jobs. We see assertive non-tariff measures ranging from import licensing, and Ajay talked about that, to export controls and port fees, with subsidy counts capturing only part of the picture. We see non-market industrial policies and exchange rate distortions. And of course, we have US tariff rates shooting up this year. But here is a key fact. 188 of our 191 member countries have so far avoided tit-for-tat tariff actions. Having noted that trade barriers hurt both growth and productivity, having urged policymakers to preserve trade as an engine of growth, I welcome this restraint by most countries, although surely there will be more changes to come. At this point, despite all the turbulence, we estimated that 72% of world trade is still being conducted on most favored nation terms. Countries take their lowest bilateral tariff rate and offer it to all of their trading partners. Simple, not complex. Trade is not a zero-sum game. Provided firms can maintain diversified and robust supply chains, provided governments can retain their strategic autonomy and assist those who lose out from trade, and provided, and this is very important, external balances are not unsustainably large. Imports and exports enhance welfare. No wonder the current uncertainty around trade policies and the risk of losing trade as an engine of growth are creating anxiety. So let me rotate to resilience. Despite the sweeping policy shifts we have seen this year and defining many expert predictions, the global economy has held reasonably well thus far. World growth is projected to slow from 3.3% last year to 3.2% in 2025 and 3.1% next year. Slower than needed and below what we forecast 1 year ago, but not a dramatic slowdown. One reason for this resilience has been something that Ajay advocates for all the time: private sector adaptability, as seen in the import front-loading, the stock building, and the supply chain strengthening. Years of robust profits have allowed exporters and importers to squeeze margins, cushioning the price impact of higher tariffs on consumers, at least for now. The other reason is more of a double-edged sword. Private sector investment in artificial intelligence, especially in US, is booming. This is propping up US and world growth and delivering supportive financial conditions for all. This is where optimism, in this case about the genuine potential of AI, risks becoming complacency. From the railways to the internet, the history of financial market responses to path-breaking new technologies is a story of overestimation and market correction. Here, for instance, we see a snapshot of the dot-com episode and its impact on growth. The world should embrace AI, but embracing it doesn't mean not being mindful of risk, doesn't mean not managing these risks. So how can we do it? We need strong financial sector oversight, alert to excessive risk-taking and the growing links between banks, non-banks, and crypto, and we need judicious monetary policy. This and other cross-cutting advice punctuate our multilateral surveillance, where our World Economic Outlook, Global Financial Stability Report, and Fiscal Monitor, all released this week, shine light, lower the temperature, and propose a path forward. Our bilateral surveillance, delivered via regular consultations with all our member countries, advanced, emerging, and low income alike, as well as our financial sector assessment programs, distill our multilateral advice into tailored policy recommendations country by country. And I want to stress we cooperate very closely with the World Bank, with the work the bank does at the country level. In meeting after meeting this week, I have advised finance ministers and central bank governors not only to mitigate the near-term risks, but also to look beyond them, preserving independent, accountable, and effective institutions, and finding, capturing, and delivering the opportunity that change always brings. We see 3 medium-term objectives. 1, repairing government's finances. This is necessary so they can buffer new shocks and attend to pressing needs without driving private sector borrowing costs up. No finance minister should simply wait for faster growth to come to the rescue. On the contrary, fiscal consolidation can release resources to support private sector-led growth. 2, domestic and external rebalancing. This is necessary to ensure that excessive macroeconomic imbalances do not emerge as a spoiler. We need fiscal consolidation in some places and policies to lift domestic demand in others. And 3, lifting trend growth. This is essential for economies to generate more jobs, the jobs Ajay talks about, more public revenues, and better public and private debt sustainability. Lifting growth on its own requires 3 things. 1, regulatory house cleaning to unleash private enterprise. 2, deeper regional integration. And 3, preparedness to harness artificial intelligence. Regulatory house cleaning and regional integration are closely interlinked, including because many of the rules and regulations that tie down private enterprise at home are also restrictions to the movement of goods, services, people, capital, and ideas across borders. Many regulations double up as non-tariff barriers, and non-tariff barriers are a key part of the uneven global playing field. In this new world of bilateral and plurilateral deal-making, we see a diverse global trading landscape. Economies that are small and reliant on exports are at the receiving end of others, while those that are large and relatively less open or control critical inputs to global supply chains have negotiating power. Looking at the splash of dots showing countries by size of imports and trade openness, the bottom right quadrant is where we find the largest, least open economies. Many countries are seeking to build strength and find voice through cohesion. Here we see a selection of the world's trading blocs, each enjoying more size and heft than its member countries individually. Our advice to the world's trading blocs: reduce your internal frictions and press forward with integration for resilience and growth. Finally, the other potential accelerator of global productivity growth is artificial intelligence. We at the fund expect real gains, but our estimates are in a wide range, a global productivity growth uplift of between 0.1 and 0.8 percentage points per year. AI will also take away millions of today's jobs and reshape millions others. And policymakers need to help ease the transition. Old professions will fade, new ones will rise, big data specialists, fintech engineers, machine learning experts, and so on. Such churn is not uncommon. Recall how the automobile replaced the horse and buggy, but this time it is happening very fast. The key to maximizing the productivity gains and managing the fallout of AI is preparedness. Our research finds Singapore, the US, and Denmark in the lead, while many others trail some way behind. As a transmission line of global best practice, the IMF will assist all members with a focus on managing the macroeconomic implications. Internally, we are, of course, pressing forward with AI adoption of our own, including to put more knowledge at the fingertips of our members. We are enhancing our productivity while preserving our trademark budget discipline. The IMF covers its operating expenses from own revenues with zero reliance on annual appropriations and maintains a deep commitment to leanest. Despite the increasing complexity of the world economy and the expansion of the services we provide to our members, our administrative spending today in real terms is about the same as 20 years ago. Our work in capacity development includes operational advice with almost 3,000 projects delivered in the last year, training with over 500 courses serving over 19,000 officials over the same period, and convening, which last February included our first ever emerging market conference in Alula, Saudi Arabia, co-hosted with Minister Al-Jadaan. Our lending activity, anchored by macroeconomic adjustment and conditionality, currently includes programs with 43 countries, with $37 billion approved since last October, of which almost $5 billion has been to 9 low-income countries. In an uncertain world, a well-resourced IMF is essential. In that regard, let me today repeat 2 requests to our members. First, on our quota base. We are pressing to get the 50% quota increase agreed across the finish line. I ask all member countries that have not yet ratified the increase to please do it expeditiously. Second, our Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust, our main vehicle for concessional lending to low-income countries. We are pressing forward with the reforms agreed last year to put the PRGT on a path to self-sustainability, which includes, 1, distributing up to $9.4 billion to an interim account over a 5-year period, and 2, getting to a point where 90% of the principal in this account is promised to the PRGT. To date, we have 20 countries, most recently India, and just yesterday, China. They have provided assurances. This is total 43%. But we need more. We need to get to the 90%, and I ask you for your support. And finally, there is one further matter that I want to bring to your attention, and this is the Catastrophe Containment and Relief Trust, our vehicle to provide grants to help low-income members' countries pay debt service owed to us if they face an exogenous shock, natural or public health disaster. Quite rightly, we have depleted it during the pandemic. We have to replenish it for the shocks to come. It is our ambition to be always there for everybody, but especially for our poorest members. And we are talking about an amount that ranges in the millions, not in billions, but it makes a huge, huge difference. So I hope that in these meetings we will open up discussion and close it expeditiously so we are ready for the next shock to come. Now I'm bringing my presentation to you to an end, and I want to do it somewhat lighter. In March last year, I gave a speech at Cambridge University on the economic possibilities for my grandchildren, in which we animated some famous words from the great John Maynard Keynes. And here we have this synthetic audio again.
In the long run, almost anything is possible.
And now, 18 months later, please see our new AI avatar of Mr. Keynes sitting in this very hall.
80 years on, I am greatly encouraged, I must confess, by the enduring value of these two institutions.
So, congratulations to our 80th anniversary, and no better way to end with a little bit of fun. Yes, there is anxiety that changes bring, but we are optimistic. Let us feel our spirits lifted by human progress that we have seen and the years to come will surely bring. Thank you.
Obrigado.
Thank you, Madam Georgieva. Thank you for your speech. Very inspiring as well. Challenges in everything to do with trade, economy, and fiscal arenas. Thank you so much for your statement. We will now turn to the formal business of the institutions. We have before us the reports and recommendations of the Joint Procedures Committee. Report 1 covers the business of the IBRD, the IFC, and the IDA. Report 2 covers the business of the fund, and Report 3 concerns matters of common interest to all of the organizations. We also have the report of the Procedures Committee of the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency. On the basis of the recommendations put forth by the Joint Procedures Committee and the MIGA Procedures Committee, I propose the adoption of these reports and the recommendations contained therein. As I see no objections, the reports and recommendations are hereby adopted. Turning now to matters related to the International Center for the Settlement of Investment Disputes. I will now give the floor to Mr. Banga as the chair of the Administrative Council of this body to take the floor. You have the floor, sir. Mr. Banga.
The annual meeting of the ICSID Administrative Council is now open, and Ms. Aradhana Kumar Kapoor will introduce the items for consideration by the Council.
There are 2 items on the ICSID agenda this year that call for the adoption of resolutions by the Council. First, to approve the 2025 ICSID annual report, and second, to adopt the administrative budget for fiscal year 2026. The draft resolutions have been distributed to the members earlier. It is proposed that the draft resolutions on the ICSID 2025 annual report and the ICSID administrative budget for fiscal year 2026 be adopted.
I take it that the two resolutions are adopted. The 2025 annual meeting of ICSID's Administrative Council is adjourned, and I'm going to hand it back to the chair.
I would like to thank Mr. Bank and Ms. Kumar Kapoor. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the governors of the World Bank Group and the International Monetary Fund for the honor to have served as chair of this session. And I thank you on my behalf and my country to have chaired this joint session, and I would like to thank you for your support and cooperation. I also like to express my deep appreciation to Mr. Banga and Mrs. Georgieva for their leadership of our two institutions. I also recognize the commitment of the staff of the World Bank and the Fund for carrying out the vital work of these institutions. I would like to thank also Ms. Kumar Kapoor and Mr. Ogada, as well as the staff of the Secretariat of both institutions for the successful organizations of the meetings. I would also like to thank the two vice chairs, the governors for Peru and the Arab Republic of Egypt. And I wish to congratulate the governor for Paraguay, who has been selected to chair for the coming year. An applause for the governor for Paraguay. I wish all the governors and delegates a fruitful and productive meeting and a safe journey home after the completion of our work. I look forward to seeing you next year in Bangkok, stronger, with more energy, with a greater spirit of reform so that we create more jobs and more opportunities for our citizens all over the world. I hereby adjourn this meeting of the 2025 annual meeting of the BIRD, IDA, IFC, MIGA, and the IMF. To all of you, thank you, and I adjourn this meeting. Thank you very much.
Good day and welcome to World News on SOUQ News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. First, the headlines. Nigeria attracts nearly $1 billion in new data center investments to meet rising AI and digital service demand across Africa. INEC defends 1.5 billion naira charge for certified true copies of voter register, says fee reflects actual production cost. Morocco to adjust 2025 budget to focus on health, education, and reduce regional inequalities, says Finance Minister. China accuses U.S. of undermining rules-based global trade system with discriminatory policies and unilateral sanctions. Premier League clubs split over proposal to impose spending cap limiting total expenditure